Hello everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. You're here for the Golden Sun 20th anniversary speedrun race, and today I have BOWIEtheHERO joining us on commentary along with myself, TheGoodCause, and
Ahoy!
And of course the main attraction here today, we have two amazing racers, Bluezer and Valyssa, who are very prominent and known in the Golden Sun community. I want to take a moment just to thank RPG Limit Break for letting us host this race on their channel. And without further ado, we'll get things underway shortly. Bowie, did you have a few words that you might want to add in before?
Obviously want to say, I want to kind of echo the thanks to RPGLB. They've been a wonderful part of the RPG speedrunning community for many, many years, and have graciously donated their channel and their platform to many communities over the years. It's amazing what they do to further and push our community. So thank you very much indeed. Also would like to apologise for there's been a lot of Golden Sun stuff going on throughout the years, but throughout the year this year. But the 20th anniversary has been quite a big deal for a lot of us in the community, and we've been really wanting to push and show the love and support for it. So thank you to everyone who's been part of those events and races and runs throughout the last year, and again, I mean, even last year as well. We've been growing a lot, so if you enjoy what you see today, hopefully we might see you join us for some Golden Sun fun. With that said, yeah, we have two great runners. Bluezer, one of the, I'd say he's now one of the older guards of the community, but I'd say kind of he's part of the newer batch that started joining last year, but has been a prevalent part of the community since he joined, and has had major success kind of pushing this run and kind of bringing it along. Valyssa as well, an incredible runner, one of the most mechanically talented runners we have. So you want to keep an eye on just how good her menus and her knowledge is as we go through this run. It's quite a long one. We've got a 40-minute intro, then it's going to get really epic throughout the entire run. But there will be plenty of downtime to have some fun. But
absolutely,
yeah, we will.
Yeah,
probably should get started soon, so we don't have to,
Yeah, for sure. And if you all are interested or intrigued by this race, there's plenty of resources to learn, and our community is incredibly helpful. But we'll circle back around to that later on in the show as well. But without further ado, we'll start with the countdown. Bowie, would you like to do the countdown for us?
I'd love to do. I love a good countdown. I'll start from 5 just to give some time to prepare for all of our runners. Let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Righty-ho. There it is. They're off. So the beginning of the run starts with a storm is raging throughout the village of Vale, and the young man Isaac is woken by his mother to say that they need to flee to safety. She uses some mysterious powers. This is kind of a big part of the land of Weyard, which this game takes place. A disc-like planet where the edges are slowly eroding away thanks to the Great Falls. No one knows what's beyond the falls. But yeah, amongst the people in the land of Weyard are very special people called Adepts. They are I wouldn't say chosen few, but they are a group of people who have still have a connection to more elemental powers throughout the world and can access an ability called synergy. Loads of different people have different versions of this, but the village of Vale is a village of adepts and people who have the ability to use this magic. It essentially calls upon the power of alchemy and the power of the elements that make up Weyard, which of course are fire, water, earth, and wind. Fire being Mars, which is obviously more of a god than anything else. We have Mercury for water, Jupiter for wind, and Venus for earth are the 4 elements.
I do actually really like how they themed the different elements in this game. They don't often reference the actual elements, but instead reference the planets that they're associated with.
Yeah. It's I think it's kind of interesting how it just works as well. I don't know, just it makes sense that the 4 they chose kind of align well with their elements. The beginning of what we're kind of dealing with at first, there's this kind of the Mount Aleph boulder is falling. So at the top of Vale, because it's kind of a village that's built into a mountain, and that's Mount Aleph. At the top of that is a shrine called Soul Sanctum, which is a sanctum to the sun, hence Soul Sanctum. But the boulder is falling because of a disaster that has happened up there, and we'll kind of talk about that a little bit more. To begin with, we're going to start cracking on with these runs. Both runners getting first time fleas for the first two. A failure for Bluza and a failure for Valyssa as well. Then a second time success for Blue, and I think Valyssa's stuck behind a little bit there. We should probably start talking about the category, what that means, and how that manifests. So, any percent, no S and Q. Let's go into that one then.
Yeah, for sure. So the no S and Q category is essentially a category with the spirit of having no manipulation or being minute free. Saving and quitting in Golden Sun basically allows you to do all sorts of different types of manipulation and understand how the game is going to interact in a very set path. No S and Q eliminates that completely, and essentially that results in the runners having to have a much more full understanding of the game in all of the different variations that of enemies that can be thrown at you and different boss strategies that can occur.
Yeah. And also RNG manipulation in this game is incredibly powerful as well, and mostly to talk about how it operates. There are two types of RNG in Golden Sun: battle and general RNG. We will generally refer to this as BRN or GRN if we ever do talk about it. We probably won't, because there's, it's no RNG manip. But they operate and they change and they fluctuate differently based on what happens. So actually, these first four encounters are very important, and we can usually tell what's going to happen based on whether or not we get 4 first-time fleas, or if actions are taken, because actions taken in battle is what advances the battle RNG. So all runs are done from a hard reset. Hard reset resets both the battle and the general RNG, which is obviously console off and on. There is a code, AB start select, which resets the entire console, and that's a soft reset, which only resets general RNG. So as I say, battle actions affect battle RNG, and that affects things like what moves enemies use, and whether or not you get an attacks first, which is a preemptive, or a caught by surprise, which is when you get preempted by the enemies. So, for example, if we don't fail flee at all, no actions are taken or minimal actions are taken, and we actually get a really favourable bite for when we have to kind of finish this segment here. But again, because that's how battle RNG works, if you do like a hard reset, it resets the battle RNG back down to 0. And if you take the same actions, the same results will happen from the enemy will make the same actions. There is another obviously RNG thing that I was talking about, general RNG, which affects things like whether or not attacks get special effects that land, whether or not you can flee. And so that's why fleas can differ for the R2 runners, because general RNG affects whether or not a flea is successful. And if a flea is not successful, enemies get turns and push the battle RNG in different ways.
There's a very key story aspect happening right now. The adepts at the top of the mountain were no longer able to hold the boulder in place, and you can see it now crashing down along the village. Jenna's brother, who was in the lake, is now mysteriously missing.
He didn't quite make it, so not ideal. Jenna and everyone obviously stunned at what happened. Isaac lost his father, Jenna lost her entire family. Brother and parents all went down there because they were on the I don't want to say dock, it's not really a dock, but you know what I mean, like the platform that extended onto the lake. And we meet these two mysterious figures. This is Saturos and Minardi, big players in this game, and they are kind of the reason that what is happening right now is happening. And again, we'll expound upon that a little bit later when it clears up, because we will be going to Soul Sanctum. Spoilers, but they were in Soul Sanctum and might be the reason why a storm is currently
in their conversation that they just had. Now they talk about how they were the only ones that left and survived their adventure into Soul Sanctum. So that always leaves a little bit of mystery, because I always wonder what the rest of their party might have looked like.
Yeah. Both players, I think, got similar RNG, so they both got Death Size into Heat Flash, which just one-shots us. Again, if we had 4 successful fleas to begin with, we would just have like an instant kill from Minardi. She used Mad Blast and it kills both characters, and it's the fastest option and it saves a bunch of time. But that said, we're done. And a few years later, everything's a little bit... we've moved on, the kids have grown up a bit, a little bit here. Jenna's walking around the village saying hi to people. Isaac is fixing the roof.
And we're about to meet the
yeah.
most favorite character, the most beloved character in the series.
Yeah, everyone's favorite. He's got a head of stone and a heart of gold. But yeah, Garrett, the resident idiot. He's Isaac's best friend and a Mars adept, so fire aligned. Jenna is also a Mars adept, but she is the daughter of a Mars and Venus adept, so she's Mars aligned like her mother, whereas her brother Felix was a Venus adept.
So Garrett gets a lot of bad reputation in the community, mainly because he's honestly, like they designed his character to be a little bit slower, but also statistically speaking, he's the least useful character from a speedrunning perspective.
Yeah, definitely from a speedrun perspective. He does have usage in certain places because of the way that we play the game, because there's a wonderful mechanic in this game. If you haven't seen Golden Sun before and you're not quite sure what sets this apart as an RPG, you'll see a little bit later when we kind of get out of the intro. So in about 34 minutes time. But yeah, Garrett's not ideal. There is a little fun fact with him, is that he's considered the tank of the party. Isaac's the physical DPS. Garrett's the tank. And then you've got two other characters who's a magical DPS and then a healer. All characters can obviously deal damage, but those are the kind of archetypes we have to deal with. However, Garrett's built in a really strange way where they gave him a lot of defense, whereas it's not the best tanking stat in this game. This game obviously is an RPG, so we are going to be doing battles in a turn-based fashion. The damage formula in this game is attack minus defense divided by 2. Every 2 defensive points, you take 1 less damage. And yet that's the stat they chose to prioritize for Garrett. Whereas, if you probably think about it, gaining 8 HP is better than gaining 2 defense, because you'll be able to survive a lot more with 1 stat. So HP is the greatest tanking stat in this game, but Isaac and Garrett have similar HP.
Yeah.
So Garrett is in this weird position where he's trying to tank, but he's got the wrong stat for it.
And it makes sense, sort of, when you look at the game, but I don't think that maybe the game developers didn't think that you'd get more bang for your buck through going through having more HP, and that actually does play into a strategy you'll see later on in the game where we pick up certain items to boost HP on some of our squishier characters, but that is a flex strategy, so we might not see it.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Where, I mean, I'd likely see it inside something like a race where there is a little bit more. Well, I mean, you just can't really make an error, can you? You got to be quite careful. Mm-hmm. So there is that. But yeah, so Garrett is an idiot, as I was mentioning earlier. There are 3 holes in the roof, and Garrett manages to step in 2. Don't worry, he stepped in 1, yes, but there will be a second. He's just really bad. So what's happening right now is that there's a wandering scholar who came to Vale, who is teaching the kids about the world and about alchemy and all that kind of stuff. His name is Kraden. He's very old. He talks.
Kraden talks a lot.
A rule of thumb with Golden Sun: the older the character is, the more they talk. So, yeah, Kraden's he is a crumbling ruin. He is the Acropolis of Greece. So he's going to be speaking for a long time. So these 3 are learning and they're kind of studying under Kraden. So they're going to go and have a little chat with him today. That's going to be their thing.
And thankfully,
and it's going to get.
Thankfully, most of Kraden's talking is in the intro. And I always hear Plexo, who is the world record holder for the game, and Bowie as well, talk about how this game has no right being as fun as it is with how long the intro is. And I think this is a pain that most of the runners feel too.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We have to hold our hands up and say this is a 42-minute intro. There is a lot of mashing, because obviously all the text has to be manually mashed as fast as possible to get it done. Like the fastest possible. We do allow turbo controllers at a specific frequency that's slightly slower than an optimal mash, so there's not an advantage gained by using a turbo controller. However, it does ease the hands stress and effort over the course of this first 42 minutes.
Here we see Saturos and Minardi again. It appears like, if you read the text of the conversation here, you find out that they had just tried to visit Kraden, who they were trying to get some information about Soul Sanctum from, who would not, he wouldn't actually give them any information because he was suspicious of them.
Yeah, so remember they tried to get into Soul Sanctum before at the beginning, and they failed. So they needed more information as to what went wrong. So that's kind of why they were trying to do that. But it's our time to go and say hi. Here he is, really old. He says, "I have to keep thinking and talking because I'm old." That's just what he does. Pondering,
pacing in circles, talking to himself.
Aye. So essentially, he's a very curious man, and like any scientist, he wants to kind of learn more and probe into, information and lore and history a little bit more to kind of figure out what's going on with the world. So the whole crux of this conversation is saying that actually what we should do today, children, is go to the forbidden sanctum of Soul Sanctum at the top of Mount Aleph and find out what we can find out. Curiously, Kraden has prepared a very specific item that actually makes me think that he's been preparing for this break-in to Soul Sanctum for a long time. He's going to go inside the house in just a moment and pick up 4 mithril bags, and these mithril bags are basically bags that can hold a lot of power. I wonder why. But we'll be cracking on with that pretty shortly.
Yeah, and in natural JRPG fashion, we are going to bring the children into a very, very dangerous place.
Yeah, of course. But they're young warriors, and they need to learn. I mean, even though they're just in their regular hometown, Isaac is not brandishing his sword, but it's slung around his shoulder. Off he goes. So you'll see this game has major variants throughout the game. It's a very RNG heavy run, and that's kind of the intention of it all. But later on, getting encounters matters a lot more than earlier on. However, the way that it works in the beginning is that we're going to be trying to flee as much as we can. So not only is it going to be about how many encounters we get, but it's going to be about how quickly we can get away. We shouldn't get too many encounters. I think maybe like 5, 6 encounters? Yeah, 6 probably. 6 is a good lot. I think 7 is average, and then 8's just not ideal. But depending on how good the encounter rate is and whether or not the flee is successful, we'll see some back and forth between these runners. Valyssa could very much finish and get to the center of Soul Sanctum before Blue, but we'll have to see.
One part that I really like about Golden Sun, and this isn't specifically unique to Golden Sun, but they have an element of course, battles, but the dungeons also have puzzles all throughout them where you can use your Psi Energy abilities, which is essentially your elemental powers, to complete the puzzles, but to also battle.
Yeah, and I think that's really good world building in general, that these abilities aren't just combat abilities, they are exploration as well. I mean, not all of them are, some are just pure exploration, but some do cross over. 2 encounters for both runners. I think there was generally better RNG for Valyssa, I think, or it evened out roughly 1 fail flee on both sides after 2 encounters, so back to normal. Now, you do want to get your 3rd encounter. Oh, that's a bit early for Valyssa. So I'll probably talk about flee rate now and how that works. So you as a party, you have an average level. There's three characters. They're all level 1. Your average level is 3 divided by 3. That is 1. The enemies also have levels, and they have an average level. So your party average level versus the enemy's average level creates a chance to flee. If it's exactly the same, as in your average level is the same as the enemy's, it is a 50-50 chance to flee. When you fail to flee, you gain a flat 20% increase. So 50 to 70 to 90 to 100. It's not 20% of how much you had before, it's a flat 20. So essentially, we shouldn't be seeing 3 fail flees, but we might. And if we do, it's a very, very, very unlucky thing. The reason we want to get an encounter as close to this screen as possible is that previous screen, all the enemies are level 1. But on the next screen, there's 1 extra enemy that is actually level 2, which increases the enemy party's average level. And that then decreases our chance to flee by a little bit. I think it's 5% for every level difference, obviously forward or backwards. So these slimes here, these slimes are level 2 for Bluezer. So he managed to get away on the second flee, not too bad. But yeah, they do decrease the chance to flee.
And as far as
you might feel
as battle strategies go, with any battle, whether it's a boss battle or random encounters, we just, because we're speedrunning the game, try and get through it as fast as possible. And that being said, fleeing, if successful, is of course always as fast as, always the fastest way to finish the fight. But later on in the game, you'll see that that starts to change up, because we'll start the chance to flee because of the formula that Bowie just explained becomes so unfavorable to us that we end up starting to just take the encounters anyways, albeit in the fastest way as possible still. But there's a little bit of a fluctuation between that. So we'll go between fleeing and taking encounters at various parts in the game, depending on the dungeon we're at.
Yeah, and also level counts as well. There'll be times when we kind of fluctuate between the two in one go. You should note that Valyssa got absolutely bodied in that previous screen. So many more encounters than Bluza. Bluza looks to be getting through without an extra encounter as well. That is an incredible 1722. Yeah. That's a really good Soul Sanctum from Blue. Valyssa can still get an extra encounter and put her behind another 10
there it is.
or so.
Oh, yeah, first turn flee though.
Yeah, I was going to say, she had a 5 mob encounter and a 4 mob encounter and got away first time all of those. So about a 17-second difference right now. But yeah, 1720 for Soul Sanctum. I think my fastest is a 1722. That man just gets incredible early games. It's unfair. I don't know why. I think he's,
Bluzer does play a lot of
cheating.
early game.
He's not. Yeah, he does, yeah. He really does. Alright, so every community has their resident grinder. Say hello to Bluzer. This guy just resets the beginning over and over and over. He has, I think, quite easily the strongest early game of anyone in the community, really.
Perhaps the most runs under his belt too. Potentially, I know that Plex has been running the game for years and years and years, but Blue has been dedicated to this for the last year or so, day in and day out, keeping the community alive and contributing to the run and really pushing the boundaries.
Doing some fun stuff with it yesterday. Stuff that even Plexer didn't know. But okay, so this is the top of Soul Sanctum, by the way. There were 2 rooms, one dedicated to Soul and one dedicated to Luna. Obviously Sun and Moon. Now, here's the thing. On the left-hand side, there's this puzzle. When you have 2 lights shining on the ground, a hole appears, and by placing the central statue in, it'll say something clicked. There it is. Now, by pushing these statues on and highlighting the moon, and it changes to the picture of Soul, this is what happens to switch the 2 rooms, one from basically switching Soul and Luna around. This is what Saturos and Minardi didn't do. They're a very, strong-hearted bunch, and they travel together, so no one was left behind in a previous room. So everyone went up to the top here to try and solve this puzzle. There was no one downstairs to prevent them. Because if you press these statues across, or push aside these statues without popping that statue that Blues is seeing right there down, that's what creates the beginning of the storm. And then if you do that, Kraden says, "No, stop, wait, don't do that. Something bad's going to happen." And then you have to try and figure out the puzzle. So because they couldn't do that, that's why the storm happened. Because they never leave a man behind.
Did you happen to notice, Bowie, if either of them took an encounter in Soul Sanctum?
Took an encounter? No, neither of them did. They all fled. So, yeah, this is an interesting thing. We're going to be fighting a boss, like the first fight we really take, like our first boss fight. It doesn't have boss music, but it's a scripted fight kind of thing. When you finish that fight, Isaac will have 1 experience left to hit level 3. And sometimes, and it's one of those things that, is it favorable to do it? I mean, if it's an easy fight, like if it's 1 enemy, you can just use Jenna to flare and then you get it. But you kind of want to. There's arguments going back and forward, and we're kind of always changing our minds on what's good and what's not. But taking 1 encounter to get 1 experience point will make sure that Isaac hits level 3 early. And you don't need Garrett to hit level 2. It's a safety thing, but if you do, it means you can you have an increased chance to flee after that fight and all that kind of stuff, and it's a little bit safer, quote unquote. Well, not safer, but it's faster in certain elements, but not mandatory at all. But yeah, the school of thought goes back and forth. I know that's one point Plex was saying that it was actually a good idea to bring it back in, but I know that a lot of people don't do it unless it's favorable to do it.
We go back and forth with strategies all the time, especially as other parts of the game start to change and evolve. It impacts other strategies, obviously.
Yeah. Also, this is the best song in the game. This is the Elemental Stars. Perhaps the best sound, or the best song I've ever personally heard from Sakuraba. Now, that's not an invitation to hear what all your favorite tracks from Sakuraba are. I'm just saying, it's a very, very good track.
I know that we'll probably talk about the Saturos boss theme later on in the game and how.
Oh God, yeah, I know. It's the best track in the game. No, it's the one. It's a very thematically great fight. Anyway, this is a wonderful song. This is the Sea of Stars at the heart of Soul Sanctum, where the 4 elemental stars are hidden. What are the 4 elemental stars, you ask? They are essentially keys that unlock the power of alchemy that was many years ago sealed away. Because many years ago, before the time of Isaac and his friends, the power of alchemy was alive and well and thriving in Weyard. However, Weyard was a dangerous place because of it. The seas raged, earthquakes, rocked the earth, and volcanoes exploded all the time, all that kind of stuff. The winds howled, that kind of stuff. And essentially, as humans came to live there, they found that it was difficult to survive. So what they decided to do was to quell the power of alchemy and seal it behind 4 locks. 4 elemental lighthouses were constructed to house the power of the 4 elements, and then they locked them with these elemental stars. And then sealed it away at the top of Soul Sanctum, or the top of Mount Aleph in Soul Sanctum. And essentially, by returning the stars to their hearth, the lighthouses the beacons will be lit again, and the power of alchemy return to the world. That's what could happen. But that's kind of what's going on.
And naturally, Kraden is sending children to go and collect them.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, the thing is, he was going to. You can see he's jumping over right now, but he's slipping and sliding all over the place.
Like, oh, I'm old.
He's an old man. Yeah, but you look at how high up these platforms are. Like, if someone falls down there, they are not coming back up very easily, at least.
Yeah, definitely not. And I think that what you were mentioning earlier, Boya, in regards to this soundtrack, highlights a really good point in this game, that every part of this game is so amazingly well done, especially the music, the battle music, just the music for the dungeons, and various different cutscenes. So well done.
Yeah, it does a very good job of just creating situations whereby, aesthetically, you're really drawn into the world. So, I mean, that's been a strong part of Sakuraba's composition over the years anyway. Like, very, very good at battle themes, very good at creating thematically accurate songs for, a character type. I mean, if you listen to... for those of you who have played something like Golden Sun and you've played the first and second game, and you look at the differences between Isaac's theme and Felix's theme and what's at stake between the 2 characters, what they represent and who they are as people, I think those 2 tracks are very reminiscent of their personalities, and again, the narrative theming of the first and second game.
Very well put.
But yeah. But 2 stars down, 2 to go. I always used to forget exactly which one was the safest to go for first, but yeah. Mm-hmm. You might see this micro optimizations in movement where you can actually kind of jump between platforms halfway across the tiles you're on. So it saves frames, but you can see blues are there and you're running halfway across and then jumping diagonally, because if you're enough across, you'll do it. But if you make an error, it loses the time you save, because it's frames, obviously.
Absolutely.
But
whenever I'm de-resting for this game, I always forget the order in which to collect these stars up, because when you're practicing for this game, a lot of the, as you'll see later on in the game, a huge part of this is encounter knowledge and knowing what moves to use depending on which encounters you get. And so I think as when you're de-resting, you don't often practice the intro. So as a result, I always forget.
You don't really need to. Yeah. I do think it's a good thing to kind of get into the habit. I wouldn't say you need to practice it because it's all just mashing, right? And there's a lot of hand hurty stuff here, but just remembering the basics of that can sometimes prevent you from losing some time.
And the story continues to deepen here as we see Saturos and Minardi now entering Soul Sanctum's inner chambers.
Yeah, they were watching us and they followed us all the way in, and there's this mysterious masked man who doesn't look at all familiar.
Mm-hmm. Definitely not. Definitely may not be a main character.
Absolutely not. But yeah, so they were watching us, and this is what they wanted. They wanted the power of the elemental stars because they want to relight the beacons. They want to bring the power of alchemy and the power of the elements back to the world. However, that was always, the people of Vale actually have like a sort of mission. They have a thing to achieve. They are learned people who know about the powers of synergy and the powers of the elements. But they also know about, or at least the elders do, know about the ravaged world that was because of that power. And so actually, it is a destructive power, even though, it's kind of, even though the part of their lifeblood, of those elements being unleashed once again and the full power, being possible, it is still a dangerous world. So
I like to think of them as guardians.
The people of Vale are protecting. Yeah. Plexa use a great word which I still use to this day, and that's they're custodians of alchemy, if you will. They are the ones looking after this place, and the secrets that are held within. Because they need to make sure that the power of the elements doesn't wreak havoc like it once did.
And on both of their screens now, you may have noticed that the masked individual has taken off their mask and revealed themselves as Felix, who is Jenna's older brother in the intro, you may remember, who we thought drowned in the lake as the boulder fell upon him.
He didn't die.
And we learn now that he's actually joined up with Saturos and Minority.
That's not... Why is he a bad guy? Because Saturos and Minority are bad guys. And there's also this other dude. This is Alex. He's got long blue hair, and he can fly and float. I don't know why he doesn't just go and grab the 4th star with that ability, but he's going to make us do it. Thanks, mate.
It'd be a very short game otherwise. The credits would roll.
Yeah. We're just going to make our way back round to get that 4th star. It's one of those things, insurance, we handed the first 3 stars over to them, and the guarantee that Jenna would be safe is Felix. Felix won't let harm come to his sister. So, if we know we have a guarantee of their safety, we will give you the stars, and we will go and grab the last one as well.
You touched upon.
However,
sorry.
No, go ahead.
You touched upon something interesting when you were talking about how Minority and Saturos are bad guys and Felix are with them, and I just like to point out that I really like when games have villains that aren't bad. They're not like a black and white type of bad, they're shades of grey, and that's really what Saturos and Minority are in this game, because what they're trying to achieve isn't necessarily evil.
No. There's obviously there's a long part of story to this, but things evolve and change a little bit differently than we might first suspect. But yeah, the people of Vale are trying, want to prevent that destructive power ever, returning to the world. However, Saturos and Minority are wanting to bring that back. So there is a clash, a conflict of interests here that we need to stop them from unleashing the power. By picking up the Mars star, the balance that was holding the Sea of Stars together has gone, because those stars are kind of like locked. Think about like any that moment at the beginning of Indiana Jones, right, where he's trying to grab the idol and he has to weigh down the thing, but it's not good enough, and he cocks everything up, right? It's just like that. A trap. I wouldn't say a trap, but the weights have been lifted from the statues, and the balance has been lost inside the Sea of Stars, and so the Mount Aleph is going to erupt once more.
And these characters...
You may have seen a floating eyeball, June.
Ah, yes, the wise one, the old one.
Yeah, the wise one is kind of cool. He's more like a custodian of Wayard as a whole. He's a god that or a celestial being that looks down upon the world and kind of keeps an eye on it, basically. He's going to basically tell Isaac and Garrett that they need to go and stop Saturos and Minority.
And there's an interesting interaction here as you see these characters, Saturos and Minority, who are very powerful and essentially one-shot you in the beginning of the game. They show fear when they see this, when they see the wise one, and you can see now they're immediately trying to flee.
Yeah, they don't want to be here when the volcano or the mountain actually erupts properly, so they got to get out of here. Garrett and Isaac are left behind. They're in a really good position here, completely fine, no worries. But they have a conversation with the wise one, instead of fleeing, because they're very, very smart children. But yeah, the wise one just tries to tell them their charge now that they are, now that what has transpired here has indeed transpired.
Indeed. And in classic JRPG fashion, young teenager, please save the world.
Yeah, please do it.
And
it's the most obvious thing. Like, if you're 16, you're too old. You're getting through your glory days of god destroying. Be doing that by the time you're 14.
And there's actually a funny interaction that happens later on in the introduction where they ask you, the NPCs in the game, the town mayor and the priest will ask you, will you undertake this quest? And you can actually say no. And if you do that, I'm not sure the exact text that happens, but it basically says, the world ends, credits roll, credits don't actually roll, but it sends you back. And it's a meme ending, it's a meme category in our community.
Yeah, the bad end, the true any % ending, the bad ending, quote unquote, of the world. I think it's something about marches towards its inevitable destruction or something.
Yes,
like that.
That rings a bell.
Plexa probably knows it and will probably be like, actually, it says this, because Plexa knows everything about this game because he's Plexa. But yeah. So he's essentially. You may have noticed, like they were talking about the elemental Djinn returning. You're seeing that right now, actually, on Valyssa's screen. Those like little lights appearing on the statues, and then off they go. Elemental Djinn are these tiny elemental monsters of the 4 elements. They are littered upon the screen. From the top left to the right, you've got the Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, and Mars Djinni. They're very adorable. Mm-hmm. And they give us powers that we'll talk about in full when we get to the tutorial of all tutorials.
The fastest menuing in the West.
Oh yeah. Future was taking notes when Flint was menuing. That's how it's done.
We have a lot of community jokes, as you can tell. No one is safe.
Right, so Bluza leaves at 33 minutes and 52 seconds. He's out, back home. Right then, the people of Vale are wondering why Mount Aleph is erupting, but don't worry, the Wise One's working on it. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. This is the longest cutscene in the entire game. Now, obviously, there's a lot of cutscene, but I mean this is the longest solid cutscene of nothing but mashing. It's about 7 minutes, with nothing else. There's no gameplay, no running around. It's just this until you get access, gain control, and you leave Vale for the first time. So
but buckle up.
Exciting.
You're in for a ride after that.
Yeah.
After the cutscenes are over.
But after this cutscene's over, we're going to have a few more cutscenes spliced with a bit of gameplay, and then a few more cutscenes after that. So people always say that the run begins after Vale. It's more that the run begins when we get to Goma Cave.
Absolutely.
Vault is a glorified cutscene with the battle involved. But yeah.
Fun.
It should be noted, by the way, that the way that we run this game generally, and there are different ways to play it, you may see there's a slight difference in like color or brightness for the two runners. Bluza runs on the Wii U VC, so the Virtual Console on Wii U does have this game available, and the second one, they're £6 or however many dollars. Go and pick them up. They're great games. But also, Valyssa's running on DS, so she has a DS capture card, which has a bit of a brighter screen. And it's different. I couldn't menu on that console. I tried. It's not bad, but it's like not as smooth for me personally as the Wii U Pro controller, which is just a slick controller. I charged it for the 4th time recently, since 2010. Very happy.
Wow. That's some mileage.
Impressive.
We also do allow emulator runs under certain circumstances.
Yeah, I mean that's the things we need to do to make that possible. So this little thing here that you're seeing with the two as right now, this like sepia tone mode, Camelot uses this a lot in a bunch of their video games. They use it in Shining Force, and they obviously use it here, where it's essentially a way that they can tell a story. You know how like sometimes in games, when someone meets up with someone and they go, "Oh my God, you're here! So what happened?" And it just like fades to black and comes back and they go, "Oh, so that's what happened." You know, rather than doing that, and just making it really silly, what they do is they do like a fast forward, a sped up version of the characters telling the story, but you don't get to see the text, but you get to see the characters moving around and emoting to show them telling the story, and it's just a really nice thing that they do for like that extra bit of attention to detail, that they are actually telling the story and they're performing it and acting it out, and it's really cool.
I think it's the only time it happens in this game, but I really appreciate that type of narrative.
Yeah, it's right. So this is a long cutscene, as I said. So the healer, the Sanctum healer, is the old man with the beard on the top left. He's communing with the Wise One right now, or rather, the Wise One is reaching out to him, and he's speaking to the Wise One. The Wise One's like, "Yeah, what the kid said is legit. I've got a mission for them, by the way," kind of thing.
You might be asking why them, but don't ask. This is where you actually get the option to say no, and then the game ends. But of course, we're not going to be doing that today. We're going to be going through the full run.
The funniest thing about this as well is Garrett just being Garrett, when they're like, will you shoulder the burden of the world and save it? And Garrett goes, oh, I don't know. I'll leave it up to you, Isaac. And Isaac goes, yeah. And Garrett goes, wait, what? Didn't think you'd say yes.
Yes.
Oh dear. Well, if Isaac says so, I guess I'll do it.
Yes, make all my decisions for me, Isaac, please.
I have no mind of my own. Silly Muppet.
And we're almost through. Just about 4 more minutes. But yeah, like we were saying earlier, the game has no right being as fun and in-depth as it is with how long the intro is, and we often joke in the community that we're all there just to watch the intro, like the rest of the game doesn't really matter, we just like watching the intro.
I think there is something about getting a good intro, though, because it is like the purest form of RNG, because there's nothing you do but flee from encounters. And if we were to do a true, like, any percent where we say no and we just like end the world there and then, it's like if every single encounter isn't a first time flee, reset. Just ridiculous. But yeah. So the way that it goes is that the two boys agree to take on to shoulder that burden, and everyone's like, "All right, it's a great idea. We'll send our youngest out into the world on a perilous quest. When should they go?" And the mayor and Isaac's mother agrees that they should go tomorrow. No need to wait around. It's kind of an interesting thing as well, actually, especially for Dora. Dora is Isaac's mother. Obviously, she lost her husband Kyle, along with Jenna's parents. They all went missing, obviously, and perished because of the boulder, 3 years ago. So she's lost her husband, and she's now losing her son. So she's the kind of like just rip off the Band-Aid type deal. Just go and do your duty and come back when your duty is done. She doesn't see him off either. She's not there out on the plaza when they say goodbye. So yeah, she's a very stoic woman, is Dora.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of really great story elements in this game that we won't get to touch upon too much because we're speedrunning the game today. But yeah, I really like the finer details there of just analyzing the turmoil that she must be feeling by losing her husband and now her son.
Yeah. It's speaking of details. Camelot like making little background things. There's a cat being chased by the dog. So there's this bit where like a dog runs past. You're seeing Valyssa do that now, and the kids are like, well, never mind, it's just a dog being a dog. But whilst the kids are having continuing their conversation, we find out where the dog was going. It was going to chase the local cat, and that kind of like weird like silliness in terms of just telling us a little bit more about the kind of place Vale is by the shenanigans that go on, even by the local pets. It's just a little bit of niceties that is always a bit of fun. Camelot are good at that. They do it a lot again in many games.
One thing I like to point out here, this is a really great opportunity to showcase how well Camelot does at making every character unique, and you can see almost every single NPC here except for the two brothers in the middle are unique looking as far as NPCs go, just to illustrate the detail that they put into each character. It's very impressive.
They're also moving independently as well, which is great. So we should go on to the best bit of the entire game. Future's inspiration for menuing prowess. Flint. Flint is the very first of the elemental Djinn that we encounter. He has a very, very powerful job of telling us how the Djinn system works. And this is the crux of why Golden Sun is an incredible RPG. And to this day, one of the most in-depth RPGs around, pretty much, I'd say. So we have games with class systems and job systems, all that kind of stuff that changes how we operate. Well, Golden Sun takes that a step further with the Djinn system. The Djinn are pretty much a multi-purpose thing. So as you can see, they have their name. Flint's currently in white right now on Garrett, and by moving and swapping the Djinn around, you change a class. So brute down to guard, it said. So guard and Squire are the base classes for Garrett and Isaac respectively. And if you give Garrett a Venus Djinni, he becomes a hybrid class of fire and earth, which is the brute class, and it changes his stats. He gets a little bit faster, hits a little bit harder, but has less defense. Because that's a DPS class, because for all intents and purposes, Venus is a DPS class, a physical DPS like element. So the idea is that by equipping Djinni to a character, by putting them onto a character, they gain stats and they gain classes. So there's a stat D decrease right now, -9 HP, -3 attack. If you stack the same element onto Isaac, he will go up, increasing classes. He'll go from Squire to Knight to Gallant to Lord. Those are the ones available in Golden Sun 1. There are more classes available in Golden Sun 2, because there are more Djinni. But the biggest thing is that these classes are a stat multiplier. So it's like 110, 130, 150, 170% of the base stats. So when you go up levels, that increases your base stat value. But the classes our characters are in will modify these stats on a percentage level, based on their base stat. Further to this, you can use Djinni actively in battle, which is what Flint was doing previously in that kind of tutorial, showing that if you used Flint, you do a physical attack with a Venus elemental aspected bonus bit of damage. And when you use Djinni, they're no longer equipped to you, because they go from set to standby. By using them, you no longer get the buffs and the abilities that they give you, so you're no longer in those classes. However, the Djinni are standing by, ready to summon. And summons are big, powerful monsters that deal a lot of damage. They have a base value of damage, and then there's an additional bit of damage, which is based on the percentage, or is a percentage bonus based on the amount of the enemy's HP. So the more HP an enemy has, the more damage the bonus is. So they have this cycle of going set, where they're equipped to you, you gain the stats, and you can use their abilities in battle. Standby, where you cannot use their abilities, and you do not get their stats, but they're ready to summon. When they summon, they take 1 turn to recover back to set. So because of this, if you use a Djinni in battle, you'll lose those stats in the middle of battle. You'll lose them until you either until you set it back again and get them. So there's this wonderful strategic balance between having your Djinni equipped to you for raw stats and strength, or being able to use their abilities to get more damage out, but risking it because you have less of your base, or less of your stats because it's closer to your base. So there's this wonderful balance between the two, and the speedrun will mostly kind of be using summons as like a big part of damage, but we will be looking at different classes throughout the run at different points to jump around that class system and that Djinn system. And it's really deep, and there's a lot more going on that we'll talk about when it becomes relevant, but that's the Djinn system. It's intense.
Very well said, Boy. I couldn't have explained it better myself. And like you said, summons are a big part of this speed run, and it's mainly why we can even complete the speed run, because of how powerful summons are. And now that both players are actually in Vale, in Vault, the first city outside of Vale, they're coming into meeting the first character that will join the party outside of Garrett, and that is Ivan. Ivan here is a Jupiter adept, and he can actually read minds and doesn't understand personal space at first, but because Isaac and Garrett are also adepts, they can tell that their minds are being read, which Ivan probably isn't used to, but he's actually searching for something in the village that was stolen from him, so we agree to help him find that item. You'll also notice...
Yeah, everyone thinks he's a bit weird.
Yeah, he kind of is a little bit, but that's okay. We also noticed that on Bloozer's screen, he detoured in the in the inn here to pick up an item called a mint. There's various items in Golden Sun that will give you a permanent stat increase, and the mint gives you agility, which is probably the most important stat. In fact, without a doubt, it is the most important stat because of it highly impacts turn order. And you'll see Valyssa's just about to come get it now.
Yeah, turn order is really important. There's going to be a quick, little fun mini game here to catch one of the thieves, so that Ivan has the ability to mind read them. So turn order is one of the most important things. Speed is like the greatest stat we have in this game because it's more traditional turn-based. So when you think of turn-based, there's like a variety of different turn-based styles, right? ATB style, like Final Fantasy V, or a more kind of like engage, or a more kind of like evolved version of ATB, like Grandia style, or you got like the strict turn-based style, like Final Fantasy X, for example, where it's all locked into turns like that. Where this is more traditional, where you input all 4 characters' turns, and then the turn order plays out. So by being able to out-turn an enemy is a big deal if you can get a kill and basically remove their turn from battle. So turn order is a massive thing for that reason, and that's why we prioritize speed at all times to make sure that rather than having to tank their hits, they don't get hit at all.
And whenever you complete an action with a character in battle, they actually get a bonus to their agility. Essentially, and that bonus can vary depending on the amount that gets rolled, so to speak. Effectively, what this can mean is that you can outspeed enemies sometimes, but be outsped by them other times.
Yeah. It's very annoying. The way that this game works is that the characters, the playable characters, our party, have a chance to get a slight speed boost. So as long as we have a higher base speed, we will always outturn the opponent. However, if the opponent have a slight speed advantage, we have a chance to outturn them, but it's not always guaranteed.
We're coming into the first major fight in the game, and you'll be able to see here how fast the menuing is in this game. In this first boss fight, if you will, the main thing that we're watching out for is that the bandits don't use herbs, and essentially what herbs will do is healing, and of course, in a game where we're trying to go fast, that makes the fight go a lot slower. Now, if the bandits use a herb, it's not that impactful as long as they don't heal the middle bandit. The middle bandit has the most HP, and so as long as that one doesn't get healed, it doesn't really matter because the length of the fight isn't extended that far.
Yeah, so we've got one healing herb onto the thief on the right, the purple dude, and the bandit himself is still hasn't been healed. For Valyssa, looking on the other side of things, there's a herb coming out, it goes onto the same thief, and there's a defend as well. So a similar start for both players.
Blue's got a very nice
but
clear.
Blue is through his fight. Yeah, low 49. 49-21. What the hell, dude? What is his early game?
So, we
almost have the same, although Garrett's in danger.
Here's another meme in the Golden Sun community. Sub 50 bandits is a myth.
Yeah, it's impossible. It's actually impossible. Another heal. That's kind of annoying because it's 2 on the same one that does actually increase the length of the fight a little bit, and it's defending again, so it's so little damage going on. This is the thing. This is the flex play right now, adding in an extra Venus to deal extra damage there.
Very
we go.
nicely done.
Rather than just attacking. Yeah, it was good stuff. Still sub 50, 49-57 for Valyssa. Impossible as it may be, it does happen. So really, really good runs from both of those so far.
Valyssa played that out incredibly well. A lot of people might not have known what to do when the side bandit got healed twice. As Bowie said, that does extend the length of the fight just because of the mass amounts of HP, but Valyssa threw in the extra Venus, and I think it happened so quickly, but I think there was some targeting in there too that assisted.
Yeah. So targeting is a thing we should talk about as well, because there's a lot of tiny bits of nuance to the battle system. There's splash damage in this game. When you're targeting enemies with abilities that hit multiple enemies, the main target will take the brunt of the damage, and then it will splash out and deal less damage. It will dissipate down the sides, because you'll have single target spells, you'll have 3 target spells, 5 and 7, and so the further away they are from the epicenter of the attack, the less damage they deal. What this creates is the ability to actually yeah, the ability to strategize your targeting. So what you'll see, what our runners are doing, because there's more HP on the main bandit, is putting all of their focus onto the main bandit. But what Valyssa did on that final turn, because she knew that she had dealt enough damage to the main bandit, but the thief on the side, the purple thief, had more HP because of the double heal. So on that final turn, put both Ivan's focus and Isaac's focus of their attacks onto the bandit. And what this meant was that she could kill the main bandit on Ivan's turn, and then Isaac would then outturn the thief with both of their focuses to make up for the excess damage that was lost thanks to the healing. And those kinds of like micro adaptations when it comes to seeing situations unfold is where you'll see a lot of skill as well, or knowing a situation, like, you know, when you go into a fight and knowing, I need to kill these enemies, I need to do that target, and it will deal enough damage across both to get the clear.
And this is really the spirit of the no SNQ category, because if this was save and quit, or any percent is what the category is called, we know exactly how that boss fight goes, move by move. And there's none of this intricacy of flex strategies and knowing the encounter well.
Yeah, because you always get the same lot, and it is a different skill set. I want to kind of like just quickly nip this in the bud, because it's a thing that normally happens where people are RNG minute rah 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 rah. It's an incredibly difficult skill to be able to do that, and do that at speed, especially when running off that almost kills the run. It is incredibly difficult, and a laudable way of running speed runs. But it's just one of those things that this category isn't about that. Just want to put that out there, because I know some people are always like RNG.
For sure.
But you know,
there's actually something.
It's very
something really, really important just happened as a kind of a reward for fighting off the bandits in Vault. The mayor gives us a item called a Water of Life, and Water of Life in this game is a resurrection item, but there are so incredibly few of them in the game that no matter what you're doing, essentially, when you have a character that gets downed, it's incredibly punishing. There's only maybe 5 or 6 throughout the game, depending on if you pick up some flex Water of Lives. There's riskier ways you can play it when you have less. But yeah, the TLDR of it is having a death in this game is incredibly punishing. It's not like other JRPGs where you can buy a Phoenix down in a shop. No, this is very, very expensive and limited.
Yeah. We do have access to. Well, you would eventually get access to a revival spell, but it's much later on. You need a particular Djinn setup and a particular class to make it possible. Because there are 2 ways to learn abilities. There are abilities that are based on the level you are, and you know this will dictate most of those, but also what class you're in as well. Because changing classes changes the synergy you have available to you. For example, because you know, most of the time you'll think about it, right, where Isaac because he's Venus aligned. If you just go down the Venus line, he'll only get Venus spells. But you can create duo or triple element classes by mixing and matching your Djinni to create these wonderful like flex classes that can do loads of different things. And really you should experiment a lot more, and they do a better job of pushing you to experiment in TLA by giving you Djinni that you can't use yet, or the elemental aligned character isn't in the party for a while, so you have to kind of mix and match them.
So both...
But yeah, that it's kind of the greatness there of that. So.
Both players are right now outside of Goma Cave, and in this cave, both players, because they didn't take an encounter in Soul Sanctum to get the level up after the bandit experience, they're both going to be looking for a high experience encounter. So that's essentially going to be a combination of different monsters or creatures that give you a certain XP value that gets you to level 3 on Isaac, I believe, and level 2 on Garrett for the Djinn battle. Which brings up another way to acquire Djinn. Flint, for example, just joins our party by interacting with him, but other Djinn in the world will actually battle you, and you have to beat them before they'll join your team.
Yeah, it's and Djinni are usually, when you fight them, they usually are like a little bit stronger than the basic. This is scary for Blueser, okay. So skeletons can use Bone Charge, and if they double target Garrett at level 2, he will die from Bone Charge because they deal a lot of damage. So yeah, and as I say, any kind of like good experience battle, anything with 3 enemies really, 3 zombies, a skeleton and 2 ghosts, anything like that. is kind of what our runners want to do. So they'll try and flee from anything that isn't optimal. But there will be a point where it's like you need to take an encounter. So there's a point where it's like I need to take this next one. There we go. So Valyssa gets this.
Sorry.
Yeah. The reason this is important is because the first Djinn which we are going to fight, obviously Valyssa's just pushing the platform here to be able to reach him later, is Forge. If Isaac is not level 3, he cannot outturn Forge, which creates a very scary and unsafe fight. Which, if you were watching, if you watched a recent race between Plexer and Bluza, you may have seen that Plexer didn't get that level and had to do it at level 2. There is another nuance to this, that if because level ups are mostly static, but there is some variation. So the average you'll see is like plus 7 HP, plus 3 PP, plus 4 attack, plus 2 defense, plus 4 speed. That does vary. That can go up, that can go down for certain stats.
Who's entering a...
So you can get 8 HP, and you can get 3 speed. But if Isaac gets 3 speeds at level 2 and 3, he is still not faster than Forge. But as long as 1 speed increase between levels 2 and 3 is plus 4, we're going to outturn Forge. So that's also why the level 3 is kind of needed, because it's that type.
Blue's entering a very difficult situation where he's out of PP on Isaac to heal. Haha, PP, yeah, I said it. So he can't heal his party members, and he safety saved there because you can see Garrett doesn't have enough, isn't full HP, and he's just going to have barely enough to be full HP for the Forge fight.
Yeah. So saving saving. Why have we saved? Because it's a a marathon setting. So that's blast. Okay, it wasn't on an Ivan. That's fine. But you can notice that Forge went first. Forge outturned Isaac. That is a scary thing to note, because at this point the damage that's going to be coming out may not happen. So a heal's going to come out just to make sure. That's focused on Isaac. Isaac could die. This is very scary right now. He might have to do defend and then summon with Garrett. Okay, yeah. Good choice. Attack. Yeah, that's good. Okay, there goes Forge down on one side, and it looks like I'm pretty sure Valyssa was getting. She's outspeeding. So Valyssa got a good level up, and so that's actually a lot closer now, thanks to the fact that Valyssa had a much faster fight or a much faster Goma Cave. So Blue handled that well. Very nice change up on targeting with and using some herbs here and there just to keep himself up. But Valyssa definitely got through that a lot cleaner.
Yeah, this definitely speaks to the variance that exists throughout the run, and you'll just see it get more and more intense, but Valyssa did a good job of catching up here. And another thing to note is that upon exit of Goma Cave, a sub 59 time here is really good.
Yeah, that's really good. Solid across the board from both runners. Valyssa will have a low 59. So this is going to be one of our first shops. We're going to actually sell that Water of Life. You may have heard earlier that Calls was talking about how it's a really rare item and really important. Well, we're actually going to sell it. The reason being is we say we can sell it for a lot of money. It's about 3,250, I think. Mm-hmm. 250. And sell the bandit sword as well. What this allows us to do is buy a broadsword for both Isaac and Garrett, increasing their attack by 35, so dealing 17, give or take, extra attack per any physical attack. So Flint, for example, is a physical attack with a bonus of elemental damage, so that will affect that as well. And then also buy a bunch of armor. Leather armor for Isaac and Garrett. We'll buy leather gloves for all three, and then helmets for Isaac and Garrett again. What this means is that we're going to take loads of much less damage, because I think Isaac and Garrett get about 30 extra defense, so they're taking 15 less damage. That's a huge amount.
Mm-hmm. This armor helps out a lot for the next dungeon that we're going to be coming into, the next boss fight as well, but also just for all of the fleeing that's going to be coming up in this split. And speaking back to variance, we'll touch on this a lot throughout the run. We'll always talk about variance in RNG, but this split in particular in the game, that being this city all the way up to the next cave, is a huge amount of RNG because of how much we're fleeing encounters. We're going to be essentially fleeing every single encounter until we get to the next cave, and just the chance of that is you'll be able to see it if the runners have if someone takes the lead or if the lead gets widened.
Yeah. So the first thing to note is not just about encounters that they're fleeing from, but we have encounter skips, and Bluza gets the first one.
Very nice.
So there is a window where the encounter rate is based on windows, right? Where you'll have a varying amount of windows. There's thousands, but for example, I'll give you 4. I'll break it down to the idea of just 4 of them. Valyssa just missed hers. So imagine that there are 4 windows, and one of them is 5 to 10 steps, one's 10 to 15, one's 15 to 20, and one's 20 to 25. And those are the windows where you either have a lower end and a higher end of steps you can take before you get the encounter. And if you get a good rate, you've got 25 steps, right? And if you have a bad rate, you've got 5 steps. Valyssa missing both of hers just at the end of them. If you get a good rate, obviously you can go really, really far.
You hate to see that.
Whenever you go in and out of... Yeah, you do. Whenever you go in and out of overworld to, or like, sub-world kind of thing, parts of the, the world like this, like a dungeon or a village, it resets the encounter rate. See, if you can get from one place to another before you get an encounter, you don't get the encounter and you skip it completely. So there are 5 we can potentially get here. From Bilibin Village to Bilibin Barricade, which was the first one that Blueser got. Then the Barricade to, right now, Kolima Forest, which neither of them got. That is the hardest one. That is a 30% chance to get it. It's a 50-50 from the village to the Barricade. And then, it's a 30-70 for here. And then, there'll be chances again. There's 3 more potentials when they're kind of jumping between areas.
The next skip is the most likely one. It's just from Kolima Forest to Kolima town or city, and it's so close by that it's the highest percentage one, although you can still get an encounter there, and we pull out your Golden Sun bingo cards.
Yeah, please. There's a lot going on. There's a lot that can happen. Quick narrative update as well. So what's going on? This is actually the canonical way to do this game. Now I know that many people went north first and dealt with Mercury Lighthouse first. Hands up, I did it as well. But this is actually the way you're meant to do it. When you go to Bilibin, you can speak to McCoy, who lives at the very north end of the village, and he tells you about what's going on, and that there's a weird tree who looks kind of like human-like at the gates of Bilibin. And actually what happened is they've barricaded off Kolima because the people of Kolima have been turned to trees. The reason the people have been turned to trees is that Tret, the guardian spirit of the forest, the guardian tree of the forest, essentially went mad because when Mount Elef erupted, you might have seen earlier in that cutscene, there was like gemstones falling from the skies, and those gemstones landed on the people of Kolima, and it sent them into a bit of a frenzy, and they turned their axes on the forest in a negative way. Normally they live in harmony with the forest, but they actually turned against Tret. And Tret went into a rage and turned everyone into trees and kind of like retreated within himself, and the dark side of Tret is now kind of controlling the forest. The idea is to come here first, quell the dark side soul, and then fight. Then you know that you need to heal Tret. And the reason we know that it's actually canonically this first is that this is a lower area encounter area than Mercury Lighthouse and Imil, but it is going to be faster to do this first. So a few things: the cutscene takes place in Kolima Forest because it's a shorter cutscene, and also if you come here with Mia does have text. So they did take into account that you can go either way. Mia does have lines in that cutscene, so less cutscene lines for Mia, and also there's less actual move. Oh wow, Valyssa.
Yeah, Valyssa got the encounter there. At least it was a first-time fleet. The other thing that both runners are doing here is they're making a slight doer to pick up an apple. An apple similar to the mint, so it gives a permanent stat increase, except this one does a stat increase to attack instead of agility. And this isn't something that we did a few months ago. This is something that's very, very new. That's, I think, came to us along with the rainbow kill strategies. And as far as what rainbow kills are, is when you're fighting, I believe, any enemy, but we primarily use it on bosses, is that when you finish off an enemy with a Djinn elemental attack that corresponds with the element that they're weak against, you have a chance to get a rainbow kill, which gives you more experience. And this is important for later on in the game, for hitting a certain level threshold, so that way we can flee in a particular dungeon.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Blues are pulling ahead quite a little bit here with getting less encounters, but it seems like okay, there's one more. Can Valyssa? Oh, Valyssa's just going to go straight for the dupe. Oh no, she's going to flee instead. You can either take them or you can just run away. What you can sometimes do is use the level 2 Venus ability, because the reason we came here as well is we came to get the second Venus Djinni that we can grab. Its name is Granite, and Granite is fantastic. Granite is, first off, a priority Djinni, which means that when you use Granite, the user, regardless of their speed, is prioritized to the top of the list. They go first. Unless someone faster also uses a priority. They go first, but also it's a defensive aura. It gives the entire party get 50% damage reduction, so it's the same as guarding. And actually, as well as that, because we now have 2 Venus Djinni, we have access access to the level 2 summon. So by pooling together 2 Venus Djinni, Flint and Granite, we have access to not just a Venus summon, we have Ramses. And Ramses deals a lot of damage, and so yeah, extra damage and extra defense. It's actually funny because going to get Ramses and using Ramses, the time spent going to get Granite and coming back is made up for by the time we get to the next boss. Not even before we fight the boss, by the time we get to the boss, we've made up that time.
And Granite's defensive properties are absolutely key for fighting this next major boss. I will also note that I don't think Valyssa got a single encounter skip in that split.
No, she didn't. No,
that's incredibly unfortunate. Unlucky even. Like I believe it's more likely that you'll at least get some of the encounter skips rather than not any of them.
Yeah, pretty much. So there's going to be a little bit of a change here of Djinni setup. So you may have noticed that Gust has gone over to Isaac. This puts Isaac into a Jupiter class, or a Jupiter-Venus duo class, which is called Illusionist, which increases Isaac's speed quite strongly. And it means that we're actually going to be able to outturn certain enemies. So this is what I was talking about, where like we're going to be juggling where Djinni go, or where certain Djinn go, in order to maximize our speed or maximize our stats to get the most advantageous situation, whilst also trying to deal as much damage as possible. So we are taking encounters now because we need some experience. We haven't taken any experience for a while, and we need to get to specific levels to be able to survive the next boss. So yeah, encounters here are good as well because it's a higher level area. The experience is solid.
And I really like the fact that Gust is on Isaac now, because this speaks again to evolving strategies in our community. Previously, we thought Gust on Garrett was the answer because of the speed boost to Garrett, but this was something that Bowie thought about. Bowie was a huge advocate for Gust being on Isaac, and everyone was like, "No, let's do Garrett." And there's a meme for it. It's great. But I believe now everyone is in favor of using Gust on Isaac, so that way we get the agility on the party member who is using the summon, which carries most of the damage.
Yeah, it's because there's like it's about expecting what we're expecting in terms of the enemies we're going to be getting, and then what the most optimal thing is. And I think there's more situations where it being on Isaac was better for us than not. Although the Garrett one does have some safety that's very important and makes up for a lot of weirdness, but it's too fringe potential. But here's a little cool thing that's just happening. You'll see what it's going to do with Blue now. Normally what you're meant to do is use move and push the snowman to the left and move its hitbox down there. However, because you do nothing else but move the snowman left, as soon as you connect move, you can cancel it. The snowman loses his hat, lost cap, and the hitbox is already immediately moved down to what Blue's trying to show his stuff off because he's trying to do some cool stuff. He recently discovered that you can kind of like muck around with the ice, and now Valyssa has caught up. Let's go, Valyssa!
Let's go.
So many of you know I'm going to mention this. I have to bring it up. This is a very important sprite right here. This sprite is a callback to a previous Camelot software planning title. Before making Golden Sun, they made the Shining games for Sega. You may know of Shining Force, or maybe even Shining in the Darkness, Shining the Holy Ark. In Shining Force 3, there was a character called Primula. She joins in a Japanese released only scenario, which sadly didn't reach the West in Shining Force 3, Scenario 3. And Primula is a character in that game. Her sprite is exactly what that Ply Fairy is. So that Ply Fairy is a callback to Shining Force 3, and I greatly appreciate it.
Ply Fairy lore. Everyone was here for it.
Live Fairy lore. Yeah. Become a bit of a thing in the community that I always talk about Primula, but Shining Force 3 is an incredible video game, and if you like strategy RPGs, you owe yourself to play the Shining Force series.
The anniversary for that game just came up.
Did it? I don't know the date it came out, but yeah. It's like 28 years for Shining Force 2, and then 25 years for 3. Because it was like 96, I think, for Wisdom and Holy Ark, and I think 97 and 98 for Shining Force 3 scenarios 1 through 3.
I just saw something on some like targeted advertisement on Facebook with the anniversary for Shining Force 3, and I thought of you, so that was like just last week.
Thanks, mate.
So
man.
here we're actually meeting our 4th party member, Mia. We finally have a girl in the party, guys.
Yeah, at long last. She has an issue. She's very impressed by the move spell.
As most Mercury adepts are. For some reason, throughout all of the games, really, whenever you use the move spell, which is a very basic psi energy, they're always, like, astounded, and then join your party.
Okay. So Valyssa actually having the lead, get wrecked, Boozer. So we're just going to do a simple Kirin, which is the tier 2 fire, and Ramses tier 2 Venus summon here. Yeah, so we were in, when we were in Emil, we picked up Fever, which is a physical attack with fire aspected bonus and the added chance to delude your opponents. Delusion is essentially blind. In something like Final Fantasy, you can't, or Darkness, where you can't see and therefore you miss attacks a lot more easily. So we're actually going to come up to the first bit where we're actually going to start breaking the game now. This may be no S&Q, and there's going to be no RNG manipulation, but that doesn't mean that we're going to be not glitching. And one of the big glitches in this game is a very, very important glitch called the retreat glitch. And this is done... This is interesting. So the retreat spell will return the character to the beginning screen of a dungeon, if you can cast it. Because we can hotkey spells to the L and R button, you can actually say yes to casting the spell, even if you don't have enough PP to cast it. So if you have less than 6 PP and try and cast retreat, what happens is the game tries to cast it, but it can't because you haven't got enough PP. But when the minute you say yes, the game immediately goes, all right,
nice
yeah,
run.
okay, cool.
Nice first time flee there. Both runners are actually doing a strategy now where Ivan, well, just Blueser's doing it right now actually, but once Ivan hits level 6, you can set up for the next boss fight and just flee all of the rest of the encounters because you don't need the experience for it.
Blueser's a madman, but yeah, you can do that. But yeah, just to finish off the explanation there, the game thinks that you can't because you haven't got enough PP, so you don't, but the game's memory does already do it. So when you're going through any door, stairs, or any screen transition that has a value attached to it, it's based on the value of the beginning screen's doors and transitions, not the screen you're on, and this creates some weird warping. The apple is picked up to, it's used to kind of secure some damage rolls, and it can help on the Mercury Ginny depending on your levels. But yeah, this is a 2-turn fight where we actually make it so we put Mia in the Jupiter class so that she's faster than Sour. Not Sour. Is it Sour? No, it's not Sour.
Sleet.
Yeah, sorry, it's Sleet. I don't know why I forgot. Sour's in GS2. But yeah, we set it up so that she's faster, so she can do like a spell on the first one, then we can set up so we use Fever Kirin, and then we summon the second summon on turn 2, which just makes it a little bit easier. So here's an amazing part of the game and the Djinn system. When using Kirin with Garrett in that fight, he didn't have enough Ginny ready to go. We only had one Fire Ginny ready. But because Isaac outturned, he used Fever before Garrett's turn. Because you can still select Kirin even if you haven't got enough. But then because we used Fever was ready, and then we did have enough Ginny ready to summon Kirin. And this flexibility is absolutely crucial to why this game is so good. Because... yeah, we're going to be setting up for the next boss fight, Saturos. I'll go through the Saturos boss fight, but do you want to go through the setup?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're setting up our Djinn in a way. The most prominent thing here is that we're going to be starting off with Granite on turn 1, so that way we have a defensive shield in case Saturos does his huge move on turn 1, which is possible. The other thing that we do is we set both of our Mars Djinn on Ivan, because Saturos is a Mars elemental enemy. And essentially this makes Ivan the tankiest member of our party, both from the Mars element, but also from a just like an HP perspective. He's very, very tanky because he has both Djinn set on him, and they're not actually revolving with summons because we're not using any Mars summons during the fight. And this is just really, really helpful because not only is Ivan in the center formation of the party, which means he's more susceptible to AoE attacks, but he's also just the squishiest member of the party usually, and in this fight he operates as our healer, so it's very important that he stays alive.
Yeah, this is why his speed is very important. We give him the mint as well so he can outturn Saturos, even at level 6. And this just means that we can get 2 heals off per turn. So the other part of the setup is that we have one Venus and one Mercury Ginny on both Isaac and Garrett, and because there's one on each, they can use one of each and set up in a way that's always revolving. Because you were mentioning the revolving thing is that whenever there's a turn done, one Ginny on every character comes back. So if we spread it out so everyone's got one of each type, an entire element is brought back to us in one turn, rather than having to bring back half of an element. So the opening turn, is going to be Ramses, Granite / Nereid. So we're going to be opening up with the Water Summon, which is going to deal big damage to him. Slash just for some damage, and then Ramses to get the Ginny revolving. Saturos is on a pattern. His pattern is from action 1 to 8, attack, heat flash, fireball, attack, fireball, heat flash, attack, eruption. We don't know where he started. He started with a heat flash. If this is heat flash attack, we might be in a little bit more trouble. If it's heat flash fireball, we might be okay. So Prism's coming out. We're going to heal with Ivan because fireball. We might as well attack. Okay, Fireball's going to deal a lot of damage, but this is actually, I think, personally, this is the easier one. So Garrett, not Garrett. Ivan and Mia can survive the next attack because it only hits for like 30-ish. So we're going to heal up Ivan, Isaac, and Garrett quickly. So Fizz and Sleet are going to come out. We're going to do double herb or a nut there for extra healing. Fizz is a healing Ginny too, so you can guess where that's going to go, and hopefully you get lucky. Ivan's going to get healed, or
heat flash on Valyssa as well.
Okay, we'll have to see where that goes for the second one. A thing to note is that when you use a summon, you gain extra elemental power of that element. So by summoning Nereid, all of Mia's water spells are going to be stronger, and this increase. Okay, the
Fireball.
Exact same turn order for both. Yeah, that's really, really nice. So that goes into the reason that's good is that we can get Granite back for the second fireball, and then we can get Granite back again for the eruption at the very end. Eruption will straight up one-shot anyone who is not anyone basically. Ivan can survive at full HP if he's level 7, but it will one-shot the target. So we need to have either Granite up, or we need to just defend that turn to survive. So here comes the heat flash. It's going to be another attack after that, so we're going to be ready, because again, on this turn Nereid's coming back. On the next turn Ramses will come back, so we're going to be rotating nicely.
And after that second turn, the players will know exactly where Saturos is in the pattern. So essentially after the second turn, they're going off of a script. Ooh, that was very close.
Yeah, that's a crit, and that's not nice. But yeah, so this is why Granite's so important, because by having Granite, you can just survive so much more, because you're taking half damage on these turns. And again, the turn order: attack, heat flash, fireball, attack, fireball, heat flash, attack, eruption.
And eruption.
And because you know where they are on the second turn, you can start. Oh, heat flash on Isaac, 57. That's not ideal. No. Because now we're not going to have Fizz, so we're not going to have Nereid up, and that's really dangerous, which is going to make this fight harder. Blue gets Saturos down in 1:19:08. That is a very good Saturos time. A low 1:19, sub 1:20 is really, really good. But this is looking quite dire now, sadly, for
Valyssa.
For Valyssa.
She may be able to close up the fight still.
Yeah, there's going to have to be some really specific counterplay here. What turn are we on? That's the eruption turn.
No.
That was the eruption turn. That might just have to be a reset.
Yeah.
I think like triple defend was the one on the. If that was the attack turn, I don't know what she didn't save before the fight, did she?
I'm not sure.
Okay, she didn't. That's really unfortunate. I don't quite know exactly what happened to that. Isaac was under the HP value for heat flash, because heat flash again, this is about knowing exactly how much damage, the damage range of all the attacks on all the characters. So roughly, if anyone's below 60 HP when heat flash is up, you want to be a bit careful. 57's on the higher side of that. So the reason we're talking about saves, this is no save and quit. For a marathon version, we do allow particular saves before specific encounters that are quite dangerous and can go south, unfortunately. And then because we will only allow soft resets using the AB start select, so we never reset the battle RNG, so we don't know what's going to happen. We can't do anything about the general RNG that's going to get reset, but what this allows is just us to maintain the integrity of what we're trying to do as much as possible, whilst also allowing our runners some reprieve if something goes wrong. It's not the worst for the Saturos fight, because it's not too far to go. But there are some fights that are just straight up 15 minutes timers. So it's only going to be like, well, I mean, because she was so far into the fight, it's going to be quite a long time because you still have to do the cutscene again. Yeah, there's a save coming out just to make sure. But yeah, I'll have to have a look at the. I'm not sure what happened to Valyssa, sadly, to lose Isaac, but
Yeah, I missed it as well. I just saw the red HP.
Yeah.
But Saturos is a really fun boss fight, so we'll get to commentate it again anyway.
Yeah. Everyone loves the Saturos battle theme. I would always like to argue that it is a good theme, it absolutely is, but I think the fight itself is more memorable. The reason everyone loves it is because this is a really big moment for the game, because this is the first big boss fight at the first lighthouse where we're getting to fight one of the people who stole our friends, and is attacking the ones who are going to bring destruction to the world. It's a very thematically strong moment, and so the theme really kind of buries in because of that reason. But yeah. So this is an interesting situation for Valyssa as well, actually, because I don't think she went to go and buy her herbs again. So I think she actually hasn't got any healing, or has very specific healing. She might have to throw it around in a different way. This might be tricky. Either a reset, and then because you can't cast retreat up here. You can't cast retreat at the top of these. It's either going to have to be a case of just try it super careful, or just insta wipe again and try and buy some herbs. But this is a tough situation right now. If Valyssa gets through this, good lord, that's very, very impressive. Whilst that's being set up, Blues is moving on. He's going to be trying to make his way back to Tret. He's going to be fleeing as much as he can. But yeah, let's have a look at what Valyssa's going to do. Ramses, Granite, Slash, and Neri. Just hope that there's going to be better targeting. There is some stuff that can go nicely in favor of the player, where Fireball can hit 3 targets rather than 4 because it's got a width of 2 either side. So if it targets the edges, it's only going to hit 3 people. But if it targets any of the characters in the middle, everyone's going to get affected. So there are some things that can change the speed of this fight for that kind of reason.
Flash coming out again, turn 1.
Okay, so here's the thing. Valyssa's going to have to... she doesn't know what's coming, so... okay, she's going to go for the Spire attack. Spire attack, heal Prism, which is going to be the easiest. But Blue making his way back through Fireball, please, on the edges. On the edges. Good, on the edges. Okay.
Very nice.
That's going to be the best option. So, yeah, we can do a double... I mean, I hope she's got enough for a double heal. To be fair, technically, Garrett can survive. Okay, she's got 1 herb. Okay, cool.
You see on Blue's...
So that's not the best targeting.
Yeah, on Blue's screen there, he just used a Void, which is a skill that allows us to avoid all encounters, appropriately named, as long as they are below our party level, or... Actually, I don't remember, Bowie, if it works if they are the same party.
They have to be... If it is the same, you don't get the effect. It work. I mean, the easiest way to describe it is like escape ropes in Pokemon. You need to have a higher average level, and it will stop it'll stop you, stop your steps counting to the next encounter. So yeah, whilst the Void is up, as long as your party level is higher, you don't gain steps. And in order to do it in the next dungeon, you need to kind of have level 8. This area is level 6, so it's fine. But this first screen is level 6, so we'll be avoiding enemies on this first screen. But afterwards, the average level is 7, and we're level 7 as well, so we're not going to be avoiding encounters.
And we don't use Avoid for the rest of the game because we're so under-leveled for the rest of the game after this. This is really the only areas where we can utilize the spell, unfortunately.
I don't often do this, but Plexa reached out to me just to confirm that there was a speed tie. Valyssa was dealing with a speed tie with Saturos and lost it.
Oh.
And that's why Isaac didn't get healed. Just to clarify. Thank you, Plexa. Okay, so this is difficult. We're out of heals now, so this is where it just has to be hell for leather. Might have to be specific types of defending just to kind of allow... So yeah, there's an argument to defend there. Okay. Yeah, there's an argument to defend there to try and make sure that Valyssa can, or Mia rather, has the ability to, do her summons when need be. So here's a Fizz. Wow, Isaac, that's so scary that it's on Isaac and he's low. That was the attack, so... I'm trying to remember which turn this is. I didn't quite see. I think this is the eruption turn. That was an attack last time. Eruption. Ooh, dear, oh dear. This is nasty.
Very unfortunate.
Saturos can go, even though like this is a fight that we do a lot, it can still go pretty south, sadly.
Absolutely, it can. It's a very difficult fight, and it speaks to how everything is very well calculated in this game, right down to the smallest variances of numbers.
Yeah, and to be fair, I know this might sound a little bit of a stretch. This race isn't over. It can take. There's some nasty things that can happen that can really, you know, if Valyssa play. There we go. So actually won the fight. Incredibly done. Really, really well done. Had to make some Hail Marys there. That Spire coming out, getting lucky on the attack and the Heat Flash. Very solid stuff to get through. Congratulations to Valyssa for dealing with that truly horrendous situation. Very, very well done.
That's amazing. I was honestly not expecting the fight to be cleared, but that's... Yeah, so well done. Great job, Valyssa.
Sorry that we're not like more hype about that. I would normally get a lot more hype about that, but I think it was quite a dire situation in the first place, so like feeling was quite dour. But no, definitely smashed that out of the park to recover. Quick insta climb by Blueser. Like really, you know, he's got the vest on, the guns are out. He's flexing right now. What was that about? So instant climbing is a little technique you can do when you're on ladders, or either going up from the bottom of a ladder or going down from the top. If you press, like, say you're on the bottom, and you're pressing down to get off the ladder. If you press down, I think it's like 12, 13, right? Again, Plex, I always forget. Plex always corrects me. And then you press the opposite direction on the frame that you start to get off the ladder. You will essentially you'll do the getting off animation, but it will just zip you to the top because you're pressing the opposite direction, which confuses the game. So you just climb to the very, very top. It's quite a cool technique. But yeah.
Blizzard here's...
Right, so this is Breeze. Breeze sucks. Breeze likes to flee. He didn't.
That's something that we haven't really talked about too much yet, I don't think, but in the Djinn battles in this game, they have the option to flee. And essentially what that means is you'll have to go off screen and come back to reset the encounter, resulting in a huge amount of time loss. And there are various scenarios where, you know, you can try and be capturing the same Djinn and have it flee multiple times.
Yeah. That sucks a lot. That really sucks a lot, I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
You can lose a lot of time. Like there are certain fleas that will add, you know, a minute to the run, straight up. Some that can add more, but yeah, you can lose a lot of unfortunate time.
And they can all do it. It's interesting that it hasn't happened yet, neither on Forge nor on...
Touchwood.
Yeah, Knockwood.
Okay, so the difference in time, I don't really want to bring this up because it's kind of a bit harsh, but it's about 7-8 minutes, so a bit of a mountain to climb, but it's not impossible given how wild this game can be. Shout outs to Blues Endgames. So he's going to be jumping down to the Tret fight now. This is an interesting setup where we're going to be trying to get... We have Fever and Flint both on Isaac, and Isaac is going to be throwing out each one to kind of ready a summon, but we're gonna, because when we're in the brute class we actually outspeed Mia, so we're gonna have Fever first to outspeed Mia, then Mia will use Kirin, and this will bring back Fever for turn 3, so we can force the rainbow kill potential, as was mentioned earlier. Reminder that rainbow kills are done when you use a Djinn element that the enemies are weak to and you get the kill. There's a chance for a rainbow kill, and rainbows increase gold, experience, and
you'll also notice that Blue used a Void before the boss fight, so that way he has it active after when he's traveling through the field. And the main thing that
Blue's a sleep star. Oh, Blue's a sleep star. Make that an emote. Oh.
Blueser's notorious for getting slept by Tret, and that's honestly Tret isn't very scary at this point in the game because you've gone in the speedrun route to Saturos first. You're pretty well over leveled for this area, I would say. Tret isn't a very scary fight, but it can certainly take you a lot longer if he sleeps your party. It really throws off the rhythm of summons and rotations.
Yeah. It's really, really bad. And it also means that the rainbow kill, unless Isaac wakes up, this rainbow kill will be hard to manage. Because again, the damage that is done, we know how much enemy HP there is, and we know how much damage we're dealing, so we can usually calculate and formulate a setup to get this to make this work. And so by having to make up, unfortunately the death came through, so didn't get it, which is actually kind of a big deal for the route that BOWIETHERO takes. He might have to take a couple of extra encounters to make up for that experience difference. It is that precise. So yeah. But yeah, for some reason, I think it's one of those things where BOWIETHERO is like the sole runner in the entire community who gets sleep starred as much as he does. No one gets sleep starred as much as he does.
It must be because he does so many runs.
I mean, that's one way of looking at it. I think the more agreeable description as to why that happens is because he's BOWIETHERO.
I think we can agree on that.
Personally. Yeah. He really puts the zzz in BOWIETHERO.
I imagine he's probably laughing right now as he listens to this.
He shouldn't be listening. He should be focusing on the run, alright? If you're listening to this, BOWIETHERO, I'll find you. Please don't use the Hermes water when you're not close enough to Tret, and just drink it and get the full heal. Because then you have to run back to Imil. And that's not ideal.
Certainly not. So we have Valyssa here going back through Bilibin Cave, and BOWIETHERO having used the Hermes while they're on Tret to heal him. Now he's no longer evil.
Yep. No longer having a bad day.
And right now, I believe he's turning all of the people that he once turned into trees back into normal people, which opens up the next part of the world for us so we can progress.
And this is where we're going to have a little bit of a shift, where we're going to be fleeing a little bit less. And there are multiple reasons for why we're going to be fleeing a little bit less. One reason is that the enemies are going to be getting stronger, and we can't really flee from them. The other reason is we're going to get one of the best abilities in the game. I say abilities, one of the best summons in the game. Because we're going to be going out of our third Jupiter Djinn, and that will give us access to the tier 3 Jupiter summon Procne. And Procne is one of the fastest things you can do that isn't attack. It wipes enemies so quickly. So it's just fast. I mean, it's just better, on average, to kill them. To kill the enemies rather than run away. Or attempt to run away. But there will be a time when it's actually faster to flee on average. So we'll be jumping between that for a little bit. But we'll see. So Valyssa using Avoid to get back to Kolima Forest as Blue is leaving Kolima Forest. And he'll make his way around to Kolima Bridge. And get to Fusion Temple.
There he'll be looking to get the Jupiter Djinn, as Bowie said. This one's name is Zephyr, and Zephyr is one of the notorious Djinns for fleeing.
Yeah, he really sucks. One of my old PBs was with one of these things where it's like I don't mind how bad my beginning of the game is, because I have 2 minutes to save on Zephyr, because Zephyr flees like 20-ish seconds. I had like loads of encounters on the way, and then Zephyr fled 3 times, so I lost a straight minute just to Zephyr fleeing. So that was great.
3 times, and it wasn't like that was a rare occurrence for you. I remember watching your runs when you were trying to beat that PB, where you would get triple Zephyr flees during your attempts, and it was just mind-boggling for me.
Yeah. He sucks.
Yeah. Although that isn't the worst Djinn to flee, some can give you greater time loss.
Yeah, we'll see him shortly. But yeah, this is the Fusion Temple Cave where we are, or the Fusion Falls Cave where we are going to be getting Zephyr. It's a very, very short dungeon. We're going to be running through to like maybe 2 or 3 screens, then we're going to do a retreat glitch again. That retreat glitch will get us into the room where Zephyr is, so it's nice and quick. We can get through the entire thing without an encounter. If you do get the encounter, it is bad luck, I'd say. And the enemies are quite hard in there, so you don't want to die, and you can. So we'll see how it goes. Into the cave we go. And we have these different kinds of rollable blocks. Normally you push a rolling log and that goes along, but this time we have logs that we have to stand on, and then we roll with it as we kind of use it to travel over the bodies of water here. Avoid runs out there every time, and will BOWIETHERO get an encounter?
Yes.
He will. Of course he will. Only a regular skeleton though, because he's lucky as all hell, because it's Blues. Alright, this next screen. Normally what you need to do is you need to solve a puzzle where you like light the eyes of the dragon to kind of breathe fire, and it lights up the room, and it shows a shadow on the floor where a bridge is. But actually the bridge is always there, so you can just run through it anyway. You don't need the light to unlock that.
And the retreat glitch shaves off a huge chunk of time in this dungeon and puts you right in front of Zephyr.
Oh yeah, super nice.
Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, so we're going to do Nereid, Fever, Kirin, Ramses. Nice and easy. Okay, cool. So there's an interesting thing here. There are a variety of different strats. This guy can use Storm Ray, and if it does use Storm Ray, it will, on Ivan, it can kill Ivan, which sucks. There is a flex play here where if Mia hits level 11, you can give Mia both of the Jupiter Djinni. You can give her both of the Jupiter Djinn, and she'll be in a class, the tier 2 Jupiter class. At level 11, she's faster than Zephyr. So you can do a safe 2-turn fight where you can defend with Ivan, so Ivan doesn't die. But you don't need to. You just don't get unlucky. Simple as that.
Just get good, you know. Yeah. Now Blizzard's heading off to Mogul Forest.
Mogul Forest. Yeah, this is where Zephyr's really going to come into its own. After 2 ticks of Djinni, or Djinn rather, plural Djinn, singular Djinni, I always forget it. Gonna give everyone 1 single Jupiter Djinni, and give Mia 1 Mars Djinni, and put Mia into the Mars class. The Mars class is an increased speed for Mia, which means that she's actually going to outturn. So what's going to happen here is there going to be some... this is an interesting fight, because it's 2 dirges and 2 moles, but the extra damage is necessary. Mia's Procni cannot kill the moles. And there's 4 enemies anyway, so we have to do it. The spread would be too much. Even then, that's interesting. Yeah. Targeting the mole rather than the dirge would have been the better shout. But, you know. There's going to be flex plays based on all the enemies that we have. And it'll either be Ivan can kill it and he'll go first, let him go, or we need to do a bit of extra damage in order to get the kill. Yeah. Most enemies here will die to Procni regardless, but there are some that cannot be killed on the splash damage.
That was a very interesting encounter for a lot of reasons. Mainly the dirges are a good point that you brought up. The dirges will outspeed Ivan at the beginning of this dungeon because Ivan hasn't gained the level yet. Unless you mint him, I believe. Then he will always outspeed the dirges.
I think so, yeah. I haven't looked too much into like what the level differences, but yeah. This is weird interplay as well, where like sometimes Mia can outturn Ivan. So when she's level 11 and he's not level like 9 or something, but single death head, bosh. That's how quick Procni is. Very fast. Shows up for a frame or 2 and then instantly gone.
Very nice encounters.
Valyssa jumping down to the Tret fight now as well, so we'll see how that fight goes for her as Blue does Granite. And if Granite flees, you lose a minute. Of course.
Yeah, this is the most time loss you can get on a Djinn if it flees from you.
In Golden Sun 1.
Yes. Good clarification.
Just want to specify that because there's some ridiculous Djinn fleas in Golden Sun: The Lost Age.
And
what is there? There's mud and steel. Steel. I hate steel. Steel's like 3-minute time loss. It's steel,
amazing.
Please.
Well, The Lost Age is going to be a 2022 project for me.
Good luck. Alright, so here's the damage, the one where we can't kill. So Whirlwind will pepper enough damage that Mia's Procni will kill all 3. I should mention that because Ivan is a Jupiter-aligned adept, he has innate strength with the element, regardless of his class. So he has a stronger variant because he has higher elemental power in Jupiter than any other. So he will have stronger.
There's a very small interaction that Blizzard's doing here that's very key. He's specifically doing his turn order in a way that the summon is the last action that takes place. So he's summoning on the slower character, that being Mia. So that way the summon animation, the buff that you get for using a summon, doesn't actually go off and you end up saving time this way.
Yeah. a very important thing to make sure that you don't get the whole increased elemental power plus.
And there's a lot going on right now. We have the Tret boss fight going on Valyssa's screen. No Sleep Star yet, which is really amazing. And on Blue's screen, we also... Valyssa got the rainbow kill on Tret. Great job, Valyssa. And on Blue's screen, we picked up the Elven shirt. This is the only equip that we go out of our way to grab, and it is by far the most overpowered equipment in the game. It gives whatever character is equipping it a 50% boost to agility, and as we talked about earlier, agility is the most important stat in the game, and having this on Ivan and various other characters as we swap it around is going to be really, really key to some boss fights, and later on in the game, surviving really, really difficult encounters.
Yeah. And the thing is that normally I talk about how there's like base class like stats versus the stats you have when you're in classes, but like regardless of your it's a flat 50% buff to whatever your stat is, class included, so it's huge. The more agility you have, the more agility bonus you get. So we're going to set it up so we have Zephyr, Fever, and Granite. That is really annoying to get that.
First turn fleet wasn't so bad. Or second turn.
Second, I think. Second. So yeah, this is the Killer 8 fight where we're going to try and push for another Rainbow Kill if possible. But yeah, Zephyr, Fever, Kieran, and then Granite for the first turn, so we can try and bring back Fever again for that third turn, one shot, Rainbow Kill. This is an interesting fight. So Zephyr increases, again, that's a 50% buff to everyone's speed.
That's not bad.
The entire party. Bind
on Ivan isn't so bad, I don't think.
I mean, yeah, he's going to be using Procne on this next turn, but on the final turn it might affect it because there's a plasma that comes out, so that's not the most ideal.
Killer Ape is generally a fine boss fight. Ransack on turn 2 is kind of scary, but the Killer Ape can also do Warcry on Garrett or anyone else that's using a Psi Energy attack to disrupt the flow of the fight, and Bind as well. Essentially, we need to use some Psi Energy attacks to close up the fight, and Bind and Warcry can affect that.
Here's an interesting thing. Blue got the Bramble Seed in a previous fight, which is like tier 3 elemental power, and still got that. That's really good to know he had that. Super nice that he still got the rainbow. That was because of having the Bramble Seed. I think if he didn't have the Bramble Seed, he wouldn't have done that. Or if Ivan wasn't, of course, if he didn't have it, he wouldn't do it. But if Ivan wasn't signagely blocked, he wouldn't have done that. He would have done a different setup. But that was super nice to have that available.
There's a cool clip coming up here on Blue's side that we might get to see.
Yeah, the frost clip. Yeah. We'll see.
No pressure.
I think he's in the right position.
Oh.
No, he got pushed back. He moved back. Anyway, yeah. So he's setting it up so that we're going to try and get characters into tier 2 classes to increase their tankiness for the next section. He got up. Nice and easy. So yeah, that's a sub-pixel thing. We're trying to align ourselves with a particular pixel very, very quickly and get that menu done. And then when we use Frost and move up left, it just clips us onto the top. It's pretty cool. Valyssa getting hounded by double mole, double slime. That's not very nice, or double ooze rather. Yeah, so there are, as I said, by putting some of our characters into tier 2 classes, it's going to increase our base stats a little bit, or increase our stats a little bit to increase tankiness and all that kind of stuff. Because this is the bit that Blue's on right now, as he's pushing past Xion and going to go grab the next Mars, Ginny, Corona. Get your jokes out now, I guess. Is that we're gonna be rotating into a flee setup. When Isaac hits level 11, it's going to be more optimal for us to actually run away. So, yeah. When we're fleeing, we don't want to die. So having a little bit of extra tankiness can help this whole thing.
And on Blue's screen, we're setting those tier 2 classes by having 2 of the same elements set on the character, while also having the Jupiter Ginny on standby. And this is what we call in the community a pocket Procne, because you're tanky, your party's tanky, but you still have Procne in your back pocket to clear an encounter very quickly if you need it. The other thing that's of important note on Blue's side right now is that in the overworld area there are apes. as an encounter that you can get. And you may have noticed earlier, Bluezer was taking some of the encounters and fleeing from others. He's only fleeing from the encounters that, so far at least, he was only fleeing from encounters that had the ape encounter, because these apes have so much HP that they're just not worth taking.
Yeah. They're pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, so Valyssa going to go and grab Zephyr now. Alton's interesting. We've got a lot of stuff going on here. Yeah, so this is where we're going to be rotating to a flee approach after a certain point. In the way the whole gimmick of this dungeon is that there's these water statues, these living statues who are like spewing water everywhere, and they're flooding Alton. By killing one, it allows the water to, the water level to decrease, and we can go down to the next part of the dungeon. And yeah, I think we're going to be like killing 2 of these and skipping the final ones. And it skips about, I think, about it's between a third and half of the dungeon. Again, I'm not quite sure on the exact number of how much of the dungeon is skipped, but a lot of it is skipped thanks to the power of the retreat glitch. Mm-hmm. We do need to kill these 2 living statues first, and they do have a lot of HP. And depending on our level, we'll have different setups. But Procne, Fever, Tiamat, Tier 3 Fire, and like Ramses, because the Tier 3 Venus is too slow. Mm-hmm. But it's one of those things where if the enemy is going to get a turn, because we cannot outturn it with everyone, it's faster to use the Ramses plus Fever into Tiamat with all the Tier 3s. But if we can outturn, it's faster just to use 3 Tier 3s and just get the kill if we can get the outturns on everyone we need. So then again, there's flex plays based on that kind of stuff. So Fever comes through, Procne comes through, and there we go. Because Isaac gets outturned, we have to use Ramses and Tiamat. A dodge though, so no need to heal. That's
very
quite nice.
Although you want to take some damage throughout the next area, mainly because you want to have Isaac. You want to PP manage Isaac to have him in a position where you can use retreat at the end of Alton.
Mm.
And it looks like Valyssa's got Zephyr first time there. I didn't get to point that out as she was doing it, but now's a good time.
Yeah.
And she's zooming through Mogul Forest.
Yeah, I didn't see the quartz fight. Too busy focusing on what Blue was getting up to.
Mm-hmm. And this is an encounter that he can clear with a simple Procne, so he takes it.
Oh no, coming up to granite now. Oh, okay, no, I just missed what's coming up. Coming up to quartz, sorry, I keep saying granite. I don't know why I keep saying granite today.
Granite's just an amazing Djinn.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You remember the ones you like. Okay. Please don't flee. Don't be an arse. Yeah, read,
nice.
Kieran. Okay, Brian. Nice. They both got through it. Super nice. That's good.
So far we've had 0 Djinn flee attempts. Now, Djinns can fail to flee when they attempt to do so. They don't automatically always succeed, which is nice.
Yeah, it's always nice when they try to run and they fail. It's like, ha, Muppet.
Not today.
And then, yeah, super good, because then you don't have to heal after those, and you usually do need to heal after these. Right, this is the second living statue. I'm not sure on Blues' Isaac status, whether or not he's level 11 or not. Yeah.
I haven't been watching that either. Although, he might get level 11 after this fight, and if he does, you'll be seeing Blue transition to fleeing from all encounters, most likely.
Yep. This is the point when it becomes relevant.
Yeah, I think we just saw a level 11 there on Isaac. The text goes by so fast.
Right, yeah, it does, yeah.
And here we have Valyssa making her detour to get the Elven shirt. Again, most OP equipment in the entire game.
Now, Blues, again, he's set... he set only the Jupiter Ginny, so again, if it was a fight that he didn't want to take, he'd flee. Because that was a quick one. Okay, there's level 11 Swordsman. So he hadn't had it, but he has it now.
Yep. Yeah.
He still sets it just in case, but again, if you get like an easy fight that you can just kill, do it. But you know, anything that's not a simple proc-me kill, and that's it. That is the limit. If it's not a proc-me kill in one hit, flee.
That's one of those runner's choice things, I think. Some people you might see fleeing right after the second statue, no matter what it is.
Yeah, some people do that. That's silly.
Yeah, and it's there's some viability to it too, because if you fail flee, it's kind of nice because you end up taking that damage. You can heal with Isaac to offset his PP, get it into a range where you can use the retreat glitch. It's kind of nice. There's a lot of micromanagement that goes into the game.
Yeah, you might remember as well that I mentioned earlier that Isaac did because Isaac was slept on Tret. Bluza didn't get that rainbow kill for extra experience, so might need to just kind of take a couple of fights just to get a little bit of extra experience as well, which is kind of a thing because of that
for sure
difference on his average. That you might need to just prop that up.
Oh, Valyssa got a really close encounter to Killer Ape. You hate seeing that because you usually have to reset your Djinn, as she's doing now. She's walking around to make sure that her Djinn are reset.
Yeah, Bluza played the more ballsy play to try and flee in the face of, you know, it wasn't 3 dead warriors, but, you know, still fine. Right then, Killer Ape for Valyssa, as Blue decides to go for his retreat glitch out of Altin and will make his way to Llama Temple. Let's see how this goes for Valyssa. Ransack on the granite turn onto Ivan, who would have died, so that's good that we had granite up. Ransack would one-shot Ivan if granite's not up. That's a bad start though, because a regular attack or anything that's majorly, like anything that's like slightly damaging, is probably going to push over the wet paper towel that is Ivan.
But at least we're getting Procne out with him now, so the most of his damage that he's going to contribute to the fight is committed.
Yeah, for sure. The Time Lossosaurus here. This is Cybele, and Cybele is a very slow animation. Hence, Time Lossosaurus. Okay, so a similar situation, but didn't get the synergy block on Ivan, so this should be fine. There's Fever, and then it will be able to throw out the Plasma for extra damage. Stun Voltage, hell yeah. Plasma!
Oh, there's the rainbow.
And Bosh. Very nice.
Very nice by Valyssa.
2 for 2.
And
you can't bind. Yeah, you can't block love. Love is too powerful. Okay, so Llama Temple which is where Bluza is right now. We're meeting a character called Master Hammer. Master Hammer is totally not Ivan's sister. And she's going to teach Ivan the reveal ability. This is a really, really cool ability which allows us to see the hidden truths of the of the maps within. So like when you use it to kind of create, I'll talk about how it mechanically works. It's quite important. It creates basically the reveal map. When you cast reveal, it goes black and white, and you can see what's underneath. Like stones become chests, or floors become different kinds of floors, or whatever.
I always like to...
This is very important because that's actually a different map that's being laid over the top of the regular map. It's a very important thing to note because it will play a part later on in the game.
I'll just add that I always like to think of it in operation. It works similarly to the Lens of Truth from The Legend of Zelda. Or at least thematically.
Have like a little bit of yeah, it's like a particular circle, like oval.
Yeah, and like certain platforms start becoming apparent to you, and you know, certain walls can disappear. A chest might appear. It's very similar thematically.
Yeah, because the reason we need this, we're going to grab a Water of Life immediately after the conversation here with Harmer is done. And further to that, we're then going to use it for a pretty cool glitch in the next dungeon, which is going to be Lamakan Desert. As Valyssa's making her way round to Altin. Got through Corona seemingly fine there. Going to try and flee from this one. This is why it's really good to have those extra, or to have those tier 2 classes for the characters, because that flying attack can proc up to 3 times, so 3 times damage, which is scary damage. Yeah. So Altin start for Valyssa, and we're going to be finishing up the Hammer cutscene in Llama Temple for Bluza, which is looking pretty good. 155. Nice time.
Blues is going to be making a slight detour here to pick up a Water of Life that is only accessible after we get Reveal. The rock turns into a chest.
There we go.
And this is very...
So yeah, that's...
It's very key. It's very key for the next area of the game, because the next boss fight that we're going to be getting into has the potential, if we get unlucky, to put us into a few very unfavorable scenarios.
Yeah, for sure. So this is Lamakan Desert, and there's a very precise movement pattern that we are taking to get through this. Blues are just going for the flea. I assume is this a new thing where everyone's just fleeing every encounter, even here?
Yeah. So you can flee in Lamakan Desert now if you have a certain level or experience. Essentially, you're looking to get a specific level on Ivan before you get to Kraken. And then you're also looking to get a specific level on Isaac before you get to Colosso. Those are parts that are later on in the game.
Oh yeah, but I'm just kind of I thought taking encounters here was part of that, so I'm kind of confused as to why there's not. I guess the rainbow kills make up for the extra fleas. But yeah, there's a particular movement pattern they're taking, and this is actually for the gimmick in this dungeon. In this dungeon, running on the sand increases your heat gauge. When that increases, when it gets to the top and it procs, you will take percentage damage for the entire party. And that can kill you. It actually can. So these little stone rings, if you use reveal on those, they can reveal an oasis or other things like nothing but that Djinn or an antlion, as you see on the right hand side. Specifically, we're going to be doing a cool glitch now coming up, which is called the slip and slide. And the slip and slide is done by very nicely indeed. The slip and slide is done by a reveal and retreat glitch working together. Now again, remember that when we use the retreat glitch, it makes us think we're back in the beginning screen of the dungeon, right? Now, the way that this will work is that reveal is going to reveal an oasis. And when we're in the retreat mode, the oasis is not actually there. Because the way the oasis works is that when you're in an oasis, you are like magnetized into the spot. But because we walked up in retreat mode, where there's not actually in the game's memory, there's not actually a jobby there. So when we're walking up, the magnetism holding us in isn't there anymore. So when we go outside of the retreat of the reveal map, it resets us back to normal, but we've kept going out of bounds because we're not being held in place because the oasis isn't actually there, which is very, very important. We're now going to be giving the Elven Shirt over to Garrett, so Garrett can outturn for this next fight, which is against the Manticore.
Safety save.
And this is a very, very nice time to start. 158 start.
Very nice, actually. Yeah, that's... I'm not sure what the record is for it, but I think it's around this. Plexa will know. Plexa will PM one of us to let us know what the actual record is.
So this next fight is really important. It's cycle based, just like Saturos, but this is the first boss instance of having 2 turns per or 2 actions per turn. So at least in the speed run, there might be one earlier. That is a horrible poison.
Oh no!
Because the poison is going to kill him. Because that's just how it goes. So I think Blueser knew that and then opted to use a Water of Life with Mia. I think.
No, he just went for the reset.
Oh, okay, he went for the reset. Okay.
I would agree.
That's really, really bad. I was hoping he had the Water of Life. There's a fringe thing that I'll talk about in a little bit, but yeah, the way this fight works is we're going to open with Neptune to get damage out, but also to restore the Mercury Djinn in turn 3 for a kill. But Granite and Zephyr on turn 1 to make sure that everyone who needs to outturn can outturn. And we gave Garrett the Elven Shirt so that he can outturn. It's very important that he outturns Mia. So nice dodge on the first one. So that should be attack curse. Or is it curse attack? I think it's attack curse.
Another really small interaction here is that Isaac and Mia have comparable speed or agility at this point, and if there's a tie, the person that goes first will be the first person in the party order from left to right. And so Blue switched Isaac and Mia together just so that way it's like an extra assurance that Isaac will outspeed Mia, which is of course important for setting up different summons at the end of this fight.
Yeah. So this is part of the art. So there's Nova into Delude. So this should be fine. It's going to be Poison Tail, Mad Blast, I think, afterwards. But we're going to use Thor And then because we wanted to set it up so Mia goes last, and we have got back 2 Mercury Djinni, Sleet and Fog. And those 2 together are going to deal enough damage, but also prepare Nereid, which is going to be a boosted Nereid thanks to the power of Neptune at the start. So because of that, with a boosted Nereid, Manticore goes down. Very clean fight on the second attempt, but there we go. Off.
Very nice.
Off we go.
And
nicely done. 201.
I've been informed that the community best is actually a 156. I was thinking about the 158 end time.
Yeah.
And as far as Lamech and Desert Fleas go, Bowie, I believe that what Blue is doing there is similar to Alton. If the encounter is longer than a single Procne, fleeing from it.
Yeah.
And
okay, so here's an interesting thing. We'll talk about how there's like Djinni that you can find on the world map, and they're mostly going to show up almost guaranteed. However, this is Vine, and Vine is slightly different. Vine can appear in 2 separate locations, and because of that, he's actually split between 2 locations. So he actually, or more, I think 3 actually. So his chance to appear is actually much lower than any other. However, there was that weird stutter walking that you were getting. When there's an area where a Djinni can spawn, if you stop moving, the frame you get the encounter, you'll get the Djinni. So we're doing that like stutter movement to like try and move and then stop moving to try and catch that window of guaranteed Djinni appearance. And it looks the way that Bluezer does it. If he's mashing that, that's pretty good, but he might be doing turbo controller stuff. But yeah. It just means that you can get Vine. We're using the technique of tapping even without turbo controller. I get it like 95% of the time. So, oh look,
Sleep Star on Bluezer.
Bluezer game Sleep Star.
What a phenomenon.
Yeah, who'd have thought?
But yeah, Vine can be incredibly disruptive towards your run if you can't get it on that first encounter.
Yeah. I should know it is not allowed to use turbo for Vine finding. He's just mashing that. I was just jabbing, but it's fine. So a revive for Mia. We're going to buy an axe for Garrett. This is important for damage rolls and damage dealing in the next boss fight. And also going to pick up this Water of Life. Yes, thank you. Pick up a Water of Life here. Nice little safety item. By the way, grabbing Vine means that we have our 4th tier Venus summon, which is Judgment, which is a very, very powerful. Obviously, all tier 4s are very, very powerful, and Judgment is also the fastest tier 4. We should mention that Smog was grabbed in Lamechon, and that was the tier 4 Jupiter, which is Thor, the slowest tier 4.
So the next boss fight that's going to be coming up is the Kraken. And the Kraken is infamous in our community because it is a run killer. If you can't get a status effect on it, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to be losing the fight. There's a very, very small margin of chance where you could successfully defeat the Kraken if you didn't stun it or sleep it, but again, it's not reliable.
Yeah, it's really not. It's really not.
Yeah. So we rely on the sleep spell on Ivan. And but yeah, it's about a 1 in 6, or at least it used to be with the old strategies. It used to be a 1 in 6 kill that the Kraken would end your run. And so in our community, we often ask each other, have you sacrificed a run recently to the Kraken god to meet your quota of run sacrifices?
Yeah, Bluezer is picking up a little bit of armor to make up for this. You can pick up some armor at the armor shop here, which is very, very helpful. This is another place where we are going to be using safety saves, and it's part of a marathon attempt or a race like this for fairness. We both save at certain points. Yeah, if the Kraken doesn't fall asleep, you die. So that's it. But there was a community race once with 4 of us. It was myself, Future, Bluezer, and Valyssa. If you watched that, it was very, very exciting. But I failed the Kraken twice in a row. It was great. It was very enjoyable. I much appreciated the entire the entire experience. Was very important to me.
Yeah, I think Bowie took the bad RNG for everyone during the race there that day.
That was a good one. That was a good one. I'm not at all, pained by it or anything.
No trauma. No. Yeah. Any shout outs for the oldest man?
Of course. I mean, I can't hear the audio, but it is wonderful that this song I ruined for the entire community because I lyricized this song because there's a particular part of this song, a nice little triumphant fanfare that plays out exactly when the old ass man walks onto screen. We call him. I mean, everyone else says oldest, but I'm not gonna shy away from calling him the old ass man because he's really old. Old ass man. Old ass man. There he is.
You hit it perfectly without even hearing the audio. Bravo.
Oh, there we go. There he is. It's wonderfully fits to his appearance. So we sing along to him appearing.
And now when we hear it, we can't unhear the lyrics.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Everyone in the community hates me for it, I'm sure. But I have to. I have to appreciate the fact that he appears bang on with that moment. It's lovely.
Oh, so funny. And on Bluzer's screen right now, Garrett is marveling at the fact that he is before the ocean, the vast, wide ocean, and he's saying, this is the first time I've ever seen it, but Garrett did actually see the ocean at Mercury Lighthouse earlier in the game, so...
A great Garrett moment. One of many great Garrett moments. A good moment at Jupiter Lighthouse as well. Just pure Garrett through and through. But yeah. Oh, the ocean, Isaac! And Isaac's just like, yeah, I guess so. Emil's just surrounded, but it's whatever.
Sure, Garrett, sure. We have Valyssa working her way through Lamakan Desert here. Currently on a quad encounter, which is never ideal because of how damage is distributed in this game. It's always the center with the splash damage on the sides. So anytime you're in a quad encounter, it's an incredibly unideal situation.
Yeah, especially that one. Double orc, double B. It's like you want to put the focus on the orcs, make sure they die. But I think far target right and then far target left of Drench would perhaps be the best situation there. So that you definitely get the kills across the board. But yeah, knowing the targeting on all those kind of fights is really important, just to speeding up these fights. There are optimal kills and there are suboptimal kills, and I always get a. I don't get. I was going to throw Plexer under the bus. I don't get snidely worded comments all the time when I do it unoptimally, but I like to say I do, but I don't. Plexer's not that mean. But
if you're
I know that all my fights, certain fights I do are not optimal, but it's okay.
And unless you're really in the top few record holders of this game, you're probably going to spend more time hesitating in the fights that you're in, trying to think about how to do it optimally, instead of just doing it how you know how to, or how you're thinking of doing it in that moment. Hesitation can cost you time, and yeah, it's just an interesting thing that we see in the community sometimes.
Or show.
I know it stopped.
Okay,
sorry,
so
go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, we're on the boat, and the whole thing is that we can't really set sail because it is dangerous waters, and the dude doesn't want to go for it. Oh, okay. The captain doesn't actually want to go. So she got an encounter before. Bloody Jobby came back. She's got no Prockney. So it's Neptune. Oh, that's poo.
It also looks like it was caught by surprise.
Great. Absolutely fantastic fight. Not ideal at all. I'm not sure. That should kill the main. Oh no, wow. Okay, there's two left. That should be a simple target of just a Jupiter spell and that'll be done. Spasm is healing.
Yeah, that really messes ranges up.
Yeah.
Hopefully the double psi energy can kill. Note to Blueser to maybe share some of the RNG luck with Valyssa here.
Yeah, shit, come on, man. Jesus. He's like, I've been having so much bad RNG in my run, I need this. And it's like, well, it's not your stream right now, mate. No, it's fine. Valyssa going for the safety save there on Manticore just in case. Again, Granite and Zephyr set up. Yeah, so on the boat, the captain doesn't want to go because of dangerous waters. And the lucky charm got taken away. But then you run up and be like, hey, I found your lucky charm. And he's like, whoa, yeah, my lucky charm.
We'll be safe with this.
The blue bandanaed pirate hides it. And if you mind read him, he tells you where it is if you don't know. So it's pretty cool that you do that.
Yeah, the game has a lot of really cool interactions with a lot of the things that we're not doing in this because we're going fast, but a lot of the puzzle finding in this game is tied to mind reading and reveal, and a lot of things with Ivan actually, and you know, Frost with creating pillars, and just the puzzle elements are really, really fun, and you don't get to see all of them in the speed run, unfortunately, but they're worth noting. I also really, really love the music in the boat area. It's very epic. Oh, noticing Ivan down there with
That was the exact same situation as what Bluza had as well. The poison with the 1 HP into instant death. Did Valyssa have the Water of Life on Mia to kind of just... Because Mia's either healing or defending anyway, so if she has the Water of Life, she can just pop the heal. Defended. Okay. Curse Nova. That is...
Looks like she's trying to close up the fight. I'm wondering if we're going to see a reset here. Nope.
Yeah. I think there was just a defend that came out. Maybe didn't notice the poison. But because with the Water of Life in hand, you can... if you see a situation like that, you can preemptively do it because Love will go or Ivan will go first, and then you can heal up. But yeah, it's one of those things. If you don't notice it, it's kind of hard to see. Oh, bloody Nora! This is ridiculous, Manticore.
Yeah, very mean.
Valyssa is really really not having a good time with these fights right now. They're being so mean.
Goodness. Yeah, usually that would be okay because you would be closing the fight up with Mia in the typical way you would take the fight. Okay, so there's the Water of Life on Mia. That's very important because you need all 4 party members up. Need is a strong word. I'm not sure if you can do it, but you ideally want 4 party members up to deal with Vine. And you're also seeing some encounters on the boat in Bluzer's screen. Despite the captain's lucky charm, the boat is still under attack.
I was muted for a moment there. Sorry, I just was going to go sort something out. Yeah, I think you may have noticed as well that Valyssa, luckily, I think she bought the extra Water of Life in Xi'an, and needed it because there was 2 deaths, and both of those are used up, which is interesting.
Scary, but it's a good thing that she went and picked up the extra Water of Life.
Yeah. I know that Plexa is, whenever someone's doing a race, Plexa's always like, get the Xi'an Water of Life. Get it. And everyone's like, nah, Plexa. And then every time it's grabbed, it's always needed. So, yeah.
When I was doing runs of the game, I didn't know that was an option, but when I get back into doing D-Rust, I certainly will be picking it up, because even if you don't end up using the Water of Life, the fact that you have a few extra in your inventory means that you can play a little bit riskier with fleas if you wanted to. Nice. Valyssa's getting some nice encounters on the way back.
Okay. So these moments here as well on the boat are the only time you ever get any small semblance of a break. So this is going to be we should probably talk about fast Garrett. This is the one time that Garrett does anything useful, where Garrett we keep the Elven shirt on him, and we set 1 Jupiter Djinn, which puts him into Jupiter class, so he can outturn everything. And because we're going to give them the Elven shirt back to Garrett at the end when we get to the Kraken, taking it off him for a little bit, just to put it back on him, is not really worth it. We just hold on to him, hold on to the Elven shirt on him, give him a Jupiter Djinn, and then off he flies and does everything we need him to do that Ivan would usually do, but Garrett can do it. So thank you very much for being useful for once, Garrett. We're very, very proud of you.
One time throughout the whole...
He does... He does cast Granite a few times as well, so, you know.
It's very, very key, but again, that skill is tied to Granite, not necessarily Garrett himself. We have Valyssa coming up to the leaving Calais, also grabbing some extra safety equipment for Ivan. and then she'll be on her way towards Kraken as well. And I believe Blue's coming into his third boat fight, which is the final one before Kraken.
Yeah.
This is the, like I said earlier, Kraken is a run killer because you can't, in a regular run, save and quit the game, so you can't make a safety save. And you'll notice that there's a good chunk of cutscenes before this, so even if you're on a really, really good run and Kraken kills you, it's a good maybe 16 to 18 minutes of cutscenes to get back to the fight from the last respawn point.
Yeah. It would send you back to the point before the boat sets sail, specifically. So, yeah. You wouldn't have to do the cutscenes with like the captain again, but just set sail again and all that kind of stuff. So it is a long time. It's not 15 minutes, but it's a bit.
It'll be interesting to see what happens if they both get through the Kraken fight unscathed.
I think Valyssa's not hoping for one in terms of like for her friend, but hoping for one in terms of the race. Jinx. Let's not do that. Let's not jinx him. Hold us, man. Hold us, man. There he is. My favourite old man.
The best old man. And as far as the game goes, the game ends up taking from a pacing perspective, it's really different after Kraken because we end up with a lot of the encounters end up getting a lot harder, and we also have access to almost all of our 4th tier summons. After Kraken, we get our 4th one very, very quickly. So with all of our summons in pocket, we end up approaching a lot of the fights quite differently, especially because they're late game fights and they're very difficult. Now we'll be looking for a certain level threshold in one of the future dungeons. And that's basically the exception of the late game as far as fleeing goes. But for the grand majority of the rest of the game, you'll see us taking encounters and utilizing those 4th tier summons.
Indeed. So it looks like we're going to be getting into the Kraken fight now as well, and this is going to be a pretty intense one. Again, sleep is what we need. Sleep has got a pretty good chance to land, it really has, but if it doesn't, it all goes downhill. And this is another rainbow kill we're looking for. These rainbows that are set up as Cause was talking about to get the next level threshold in the next dungeon. And then after that, we're kind of clear in terms of forcing levels, but... Elven Shirt is still on Garrett. We're going to set up the things correctly. Vine, Mist, and Granite, are available. Mist has a chance to put people to sleep, and we're going to try and use that one. Vine and Granite here. Obviously, Granite is the 50% damage reduction, and Vine halves the enemy speed. It's better to halve their speed than double ours, because it's a bigger difference. So Granite will come out, and so we'll Vine on turn 1, Sleep, and then we're going to open up with Meteor.
Here's
I
the
believe
sleep.
That was.
There it is.
That's perfect. Okay, cool, nice and easy. Blues us through. Wasn't even worried. Finds out as well, and Meteor to deal the big damage there in the first turn, and we'll allow the Djinn to come back on turn 3 for another rainbow kill. Turn 2 is just dump everything you need to jump. You need to dump. Thor Judgment, because of Meteor's boost, Garrett can now use Heat Wave on turn 1, on turn 2, which is going to be boosted again. The fire bonus is going to be boosted. By the amount that it was boosted by. I think 100. It's 100 for tier 4 or 96 because it caps out. So that's going to be very, very powerful. 102, and Mist will come out again.
There it is, just flexing on the Kraken.
Oh, loser. So even though it woke up on that turn, it wouldn't get its turn. It wouldn't get its actions on that turn because again, the actions are input from the beginning. It was already asleep at the beginning. So turn 3, Plasma, Neptune's going to come out, and then Fever and Corona, or Scorch. Fever Scorch. Will be used by the.
This is the most important rainbow kill to get because it's the most experience. And there it is. We got the rainbow squid.
Yeah.
It's the most experience out of all of the bosses that we try and do rainbow kills on, just because it's the latest in the game. And I always find the Kraken fight to be a little anticlimactic. We talk about it and we build up all this hype around it, but it's really different to watch it because you either see the sleep proc and then it's an easy fight, or it fails and the Kraken just rolls over you. It's very very much like one way or the other.
Oh. So as excuse me, as Valyssa is finishing up on the boat, Valyssa and Co are about to set sail, and we'll see how that goes. 3 fights and then Kraken for Valyssa.
And hopefully Valyssa can get through on the first try with the Kraken. There's not much you can do about it. Either the game says yes or no. But yeah, once Blueser gets off the boat here, we're going to be entering an area where there's a lot of higher end encounters. He's going to be trying to get his 4th Mercury Djinn very, very quickly to unlock the 4th tier summon for Mercury, and then we'll have our full... We'll be almost completely full with all of the Djinn that we're going to be grabbing, with the exception of 2 more after that. The only Djinn that we're going to be grabbing after... Basically, we strive to acquire all of the Djinn to get all of the 4th tier summons unlocked. And then after that, all we really do is we get some Djinn for some safety reasons. There's going to be one called Ground that basically takes away an enemy's turn, and another one later on in the game called Flash, which gives us a 90% damage reduction. These rats that Blueser is fighting up against now is really, really funny, actually, because it has a chance to defend with a 90% chance damage reduction. And so he, instead of opting to clear it, he just decided to flee it altogether. And now you're seeing him fight the Mercury Djinn to achieve the 4th tier summon for Mercury.
Very few Djinni left to collect now as well. 2 more, I think. Yeah, Ground was mentioned and Flash was mentioned. Flash we're not going to get for a bit, but yeah, Flash is very good and makes this run possible pretty much. Flash is unreal. But yeah, we are grabbing the very we're going to be grabbing Hail here and then making our way east. Even though it took us like a billion years to get across the lake, we're just going to run back in like a minute. So this next bit is also a pretty chunky RNG segment. This is definitely... I mean, I'd probably Meteor this, but yeah, Judgment. I think Judgment kills the bats. I'm not sure about splash damage on the rat as well.
Not if it defends, though.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, but like, you know, we're working on the proviso that everything's going to go fine.
I think if you use Meteor there, if it does just the standard 50% damage reduction, it still kills.
Yes.
Oh.
Defend the standoff there. Yeah, the rat can definitely... They are definitely the worst. One of the worst enemies in the game. I think I remember watching Blue to do a run where he went through all 4 tier 4s, and it defended with flash defend the entire time, and he did like, yeah, four turns and dealt like 40 damage to the
yeah, it can tank all of your summons, and the huge time loss is that after a few rounds of being in combat, after you've used your summons, your Djinn will start to recover one by one, and that's really where the huge time loss is as far as from like a speedrunning perspective. We're trying to get through it fast.
Got another rat with 2 defends, and yeah. Tiamat is enough to kill just a mole, because they are weak to it, so that's good. So you can just use Tiamat rather than Judgment. And then you can hold on to the Judgment. You don't really need to menu again until like, you know, you've used up other summons. But
so this is. You want to go ahead, Bowie?
I had nothing immediate then, but Amia Boreas kills a Golem.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is the dungeon that Blues was coming into is Alt Miller, and this is the last dungeon that you'll see where we try and flee things, really. And it's basically. This is why we've been doing rainbow kills on major bosses all throughout the game, because once we get Isaac to level 14, we're now at a point where we can complete something later on in the game. We've hit that level threshold, and that means that we can just flee everything in Alt Miller, even though it's really, really risky. We're not really in a favorable scenario to flee. We make Isaac really, really tanky. You'll see that in a little bit, perhaps. and then we just try and flee through everything in the game, and it actually works out to be a little bit faster for us rather than taking the encounters, because the encounters in this dungeon are complex and powerful, so we sometimes need to use multiple 4th tier summons in order to clear them.
Aye. That's a simple Boreas on the left, and that's fine. We'll kill them both. Yeah, Boreas is a giant snow cone machine. Pops a massive snowball in and just shreds away. Yeah, so again, the tier 4s, the fastest Judgment at about 300 and, like, I don't know, 60? I'm not even going to sit there and throw out numbers. 300 odd frames. And then Meteor and Boreas are a little bit slower. This is the worst encounter in the dungeon, but that's going to be
This is
fine.
why we get
ground. We've got ground on the right. Yeah, ground again takes hours to turn. Ivan can out-turn, so he'll use Boreas to kill one, and the one that's grounded can't get its turn, and then we'll finish it off. It looks like, I don't actually know if this, I assume he knows that it does work, but yeah, exactly. Double attack is enough. Prophet's Hat drop!
Hey! Blues are with the RNG.
Brilliant. Let's go.
So you'll even see that we have in Blue's screen on the top left, you'll see a Djinn, a Jupiter Djinn there, but we're just skipping it because we've got all the ones that we need, with the exception of one more.
Yeah, in the past, whenever we've gone out of our way for a particular Djinni, it's specifically for the purpose of being able to get the damage done with summons. That's literally why we do it. If we don't need it for damage purposes, we won't get it. But essentially, because of the power of summons and tier 4s being so powerful, rushing to get tier 4 on everything is like... Oh, he's going to go and equip Prophet's Hat. Dropped it. What a guy.
Dropped the BM.
Can we drop him from the community? We just drop him from the community for that. Absolute scenes here at RPG Limit Break.
The BM. Astounding. Truly the biggest flex we've seen.
Just... There is trolls, and then there's Blueser. I don't know. He takes it to another level. I can just imagine the cackle. I can imagine the cackle. Okay, so Judgment kills these gargoyles, despite the fact that they are clay. They're not. Yeah, they are clay gargoyles. So the later ones are ice gargoyles. They may be made of clay, but they're still weak to Judgment. Don't ask why. I don't know. They even use Venus skills, and yet they're weak to Venus.
And it.
Double defend.
Interestingly enough,
that's what you get. That's what you get, Blueser. That is what you get for dropping the Prophet's Hat. Underestimating how much HP the gargoyles have. Get destroyed.
Oh, he's transitioning into the Captain Wayard or Rainbow Isaac, whichever name you prefer. This is the names for the strategy where we just start to flee everything. Although it is very late in the dungeon to be doing this, it's not going to be that effective. Although,
what a guy!
Very nice.
Double Fenrir, double instant flee. Yeah, there you go. That's it. 100%. It always works out like that every time you flee at level 14. God damn it, dude. So the puzzle here is blue, green, white, yellow, red is the stone, is what the stones represent from left to right. So blue, you only need to do 2 of these. Yeah, so again, blue, green, white, yellow, red from left to right, and then you just have to do the first 2, activate the right one, and then it opens the door.
And Valyssa's got to be close to the Kraken. Yep.
Okay, he's gonna head back now. A 320, a 229, a 329, a 229 Altmiller Cave retreat. Nice. He's now going to go back in because even though we ran past this white outline of a man or a person, we don't know, we're going to have to go back in and deal with that. Even though we went and finished the puzzle
There's
anyway.
Some cutscenes there.
The bottle at the very bottom, as we got Valyssa with the Kraken. Actually, it didn't go to sleep.
Oh.
That's turn 1. So
there's still a chance.
There's going to be, because Mist puts to sleep as well. So Mist and sleep again is a thing that's going to happen. So good luck, Valyssa. Spinning boot. Okay. That's okay because everyone's going to go first on this next turn, and a sleep bomb as well. So just going all out with everything. Sleep.
And another no effect sleep.
No effect.
Sleep bomb didn't work.
No effect. What is this?
What?
Wow, game. That is really cruel.
That's a reset.
Wow. Yeah. WAO. That is really unfortunate. Bliss is having an absolute nightmare in terms of like the RNG so far.
That's how this game goes, though. It's a really scary game to run in a marathon, so huge props to both of the runners today because of the huge variance that can happen in the game.
First time for the... Oh, my word. Oh, okay. Another one.
Are you having some flashbacks, Billy?
Mm-hmm. I have been in this situation before. I went again in the race. What we did, pretty much similar situation. Obviously, Valyssa had to reset Saturos. I died on the way to Emil, and then got a double death here. So yeah, very much this is the situation I've been in before, and it's not the nicest. There we go, at long last. Roddy hell.
Jeez. You were saying?
Yeah, this is hell. Yeah, this is not ideal, but you know, we got through it.
Yeah, and I believe in the race when you were, you know, you died on the way to Emil, but you did a good job of catching up to Blue in that race there. So that to just emphasize the point that this is still a race. There's still no one's out of the game yet.
Yeah. So this is going to be an interesting setup here to try and get this kill. Because of the way it goes, this is the 4-turn fight. Defended to make sure defended with Garrett when trying to get the sleeps off to make sure that the calculations are always the same. That Scorch comes out there, gets the rainbow kill. Very nicely done. Level 13 with the Ragnarok. One more level to go. It was a bit of a tricky one, but we got through it. Well done, Valyssa.
And Bloozer's now in the cutscene with Babai, or Babby, depending on how you want to pronounce his name. And he's essentially inviting the party towards a tournament, which is, you may have heard us talking about Colosso earlier on in the run. This is what the level threshold on Isaac is for. Level 14 helps us secure some fairly safe ranges throughout Colosso. And that's what's happening right now in that cutscene. Essentially, the party has proven themselves by traveling through Alt Miller, and now they're being invited to the tournament.
Yeah. So yeah, the old man. Yeah, he's the ruler of Tolby, where Colosso is. Very, very old man, and he's been living longer than he really should have because of this mysterious potion that he left down in Alt Miller Cave, and he basically has been rationing it because it's been running out, and he left it too long between sips. So that's why he fell, and he, you know, didn't have the strength to continue. So we allowed him another sip, by going to get his potion, and he's fine now. And he's like, yes, I am the ruler of Toby, and I have Colosso. It's a lovely thing. You are powerful warriors. Come and fight in my thingy, because he's looking for powerful warriors for a particular reason. Colosso is a tournament for everyone to enjoy, but it's also a test for him to throw out to like test the warriors of the land to see who's going to be a good fit to carry on what he needs to be done.
And as an old man, he talks a lot in the similar vein to Kraden.
Yeah, he definitely talks a lot. Valyssa off the boat now, landing in the Tolby area, and we'll see how it looks for her to get to Hale.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious how close Isaac is to level 14 on her. It's looking to be a fair bit off, actually, because Mia's still level 14. Mia will hit 15 before Isaac hits 14, I think, in almost every scenario. So that's a good indicator of how close it is.
Yeah, it was level 13 was achieved on the rainbow kill, so should be suitable. But I mean, if she gets good encounters, it should be okay. Okay, one encounter on the way to Hale, Procny Meteor, nice and easy.
Now there's a...
Okay, so it looks like Blues is going for the retreat. Now, there are two things you can do here, because we need to go back to Tolby. You can set up for a Death Warp, and like take damage on the way down and try and flee, and then Death Warp back. Or, I guess it's safer to do it in a race, just to run back and flee, and hopefully you get good RNG. Perfect RNG, running back and fleeing, is actually pretty fast. And not that much of a difference between that and a good Death Warp. Not a great Death Warp, but a good Death Warp.
The Death Warp also puts you in front of a specific stat boosting item that most runners will probably pick up. We'll see if Blue goes goes for it right now. Looks like he's not.
It's better. Yeah, because when you use it, it's not going to be used on the main character because of the new strats. It's going to be used on Ivan. It's actually better to get it after Colosso. There's more NPCs in Tolby when Colosso is active, which means it's laggier to get it earlier. So it's actually better to go and get it afterwards. You're not losing too much. I think Plexer at one point told me it was actually faster because there's just so much extra lag with all the extra NPCs. My favorite things coming up. I was talking about how Camelot are like really big fans of attention to detail. Well, please note that Isaac has been roped in last minute to join Colosso. Now, if you look at the circles on the floor, there are 7 very ornately decorated and cleanly done rings. And there's one crudely drawn chalk circle on the right-hand side, where last minute they're like, "Oh, we need one more circle for Isaac. Let's just make a little chalk circle."
I've never noticed that.
The rest are all built in. Yeah, the rest are all built into the into the palace itself, into the Colosseum. But that chalk circle is this crudely drawn one at last minute. It's really
This
cool.
is a nice experience encounter for Valyssa. It's a slow encounter, but hopefully a good chunk of experience for her.
Yeah, I mean, like Thor Boreas or something like that, I don't know. Or, I mean, Boreas and Procne should be enough, maybe. But yeah. Oosh.
Nice.
Yeah, target the guy over there. Oh, so yeah, Thor, I think probably is not enough. Now, the thing is as well, right, I'm going to make this point. People always bring it up. Because there was seven rings and now there's 8. How are they going to make a 7-man bracket? One competitor gets a bye in the first round. Oh my god! What an amazing discovery!
Now, if you played this game as a kid, you might remember this part where you can kind of position your teammates to help you out throughout the obstacle course that's going to come up. The reality is that when we're speedrunning this, you can still access all of the items that are available, and it's actually faster to not do anything with them. So you'll see this in Blue's screen in about a moment here.
Also, for some reason, in the cutscene before, the this chamber here is wider. There's no walls on the left and right in the previous cutscene, but now there are.
Huh.
Don't know why. Right then, so Colosso is a nice little change of pace. It's a 3-part tournament where you have to win the first 2 to get to the finals to impress Babai. You don't need to worry about the third. But yeah, a series of obstacle courses. Now, people always wonder, why don't we actually, help them out? Well, we don't need to get everything. Our opponents will always go and grab all the items, so they're going to be really, really slow. So it's actually, look at this guy. Beluza is currently flexing on his opponent, Azart. Azart is mega slow. So he will go and grab all the things. So even if you muck around for a little bit, just jab around, you can still finish it in good time because he'll go and get that item, and he'll go and get the other item, and he'll go and get the third item.
But it is important that we get there first.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I don't know if he's actually ever done this before to know that he can, to know that how much time he can spend.
Yeah, He's been mucking around, yeah, it's all good. But yeah, the idea, it may look like his opponent's there already, but he's going to go and get the other item. The reason you want to go and do this first is you get the better armor. The way this works, actually, is that you don't equip the armor, quote-unquote, but what actually happens is there are 2 versions of the fight, based on which one you get. If you get there first, he has less stats, because of the fight version. But this technique's really cool. This is a safer version that we can do. We're going to start in Knight class. We have more HP and more defense, so we don't need the bread on Isaac to survive this. So because we have 3 Djinni, we're going to open up with a Ragnarok, then Flint, then we're going to use Ground to stop his turn. We're still going to outturn him here, so then we're going to use Judgment to finish the fight. The only thing that can prevent this is if he dodges, or if he guards.
He guarded.
Which he did. He did.
That's scary.
So now we have to heal. Now we have to heal because, you know... but there's the oil drop. Now we're in interesting territory.
He's okay as long as it doesn't crit, I think. I'm not sure how much damage a crit would have added there. But on the other hand, Valyssa here...
I think it's like 50%.
That's the Azart fight, and Valyssa's transitioned into Captain Wayard, the Rambo Isaac strategy for quite some time now, maybe last floor or the floor before. And she's been fleeing from those encounters throughout the dungeon.
Nice. So this is now turn 2. So it was actually kind of scary. The fact that Azart attacked was very, very good. So the enemies have items, and they can't use an item. If they have multiple items, they have to go through the items in order. So Azart has a oil drop, an oil drop, and then 2 nuts, and then Sat Rage has a smoke bomb and then 2 nuts, and nuts heal for 200 HP. So if an enemy uses a nut after they've used their first item, it adds 2 turns to the fight, which is about 20-ish seconds worth of time loss. So that Azart could have used a healing item and actually added more time. So the fact that he attacked really helped Blue out a little bit there.
Yeah, this is a segment of the game with a huge amount of RNG because of the enemy's abilities to heal and essentially extend the length of the fight by quite a large margin. And like Bowie said, it's only about 20 seconds per nut, but when you get both of them, and with this type of game, 20 seconds is actually quite a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Especially here, it's painful.
Valyssa's working her way back to Babby and fleeing. Very nice. Blue's trying to do some insta-climb stuff. I think.
Yeah. You can. Sat Rage takes ages. You can do loads of stuff here. Oh my word! Getting that timing just right. Good positioning to miss the jump. He's really flexing. So what I like to do against Sat Rage is I like to just walk the entire time. I don't run. I just walk through the entire thing. Bloody hell, Blazer.
It'd be funny if he found something new during the marathon.
That guy's always finding stuff new. He's just cracking everything open.
And yeah, Sat Rage is maybe a little bit more difficult than Azart.
Yeah, he's got some difficulty to him for sure.
Oh, smoke bomb!
A big part about it is, yeah, you want to see attack, smoke bomb attack. That's the perfect one. So now he has the ability to use nuts now. The reason he's not as scary is because he doesn't have an oil drop. There's the nut. Yep. Hell yeah!
There it is. Do we get 2? This is a defend? No. No, we're out turning him.
No defend. Attack. Okay, so that's back to normal. We're up to the normal damage. So it's now 3 Ragnaroks from here. Or Ragnarok end.
Oh.
250 damage. Okay, cool. Yeah, there we go.
Is.
This is what you get for styling on the pair of them, mate. This is what you get.
Now, not sure how much damage a Sat Rage crit does.
It's a crit's about 50% extra damage. A regular crit, right? And then unleashes have like more and different, you know.
Ooh,
oh, nice guard.
Whenever I'm running through this segment of the game, I'm always worried about a crit from one of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, a crit will kill you. There's nothing you can do about that. You just have to hope it doesn't happen, basically. I know that's not very, reassuring, but that's true.
Mm-hmm. Moving on, excuse me. Moving on to the third fight in the Colosso tournament. Again, Bowie said earlier, this one is one that we don't actually need to complete. So this fight becomes, how quickly can we die?
And that's not up to us again. That's up to the enemy attacking us. We actually let the enemy get the weapon because it gives us 2-shot range. Oh well, it's a 2-shot. He will just kill us in 2 hits. But yeah, he can use a smoke bomb, then he can heal himself, and then he can use a sleep bomb on you, and then defend, and then, you know, all that kind of stuff. Because he's that level of troll.
Yeah, it's definitely a different take on a fight. It's the first one that we actually... It's the only fight in the game where we specifically have to lose, with the exception of the prelog fight with Saturos and Minardi, where they just wipe the floor with us.
Mm.
It's looking like Blueser might be ending Colosso with around the time that Valyssa enters.
I mean, yeah, should be in the vicinity at least, because this is like another minute or so for Blueser. Looking pretty good. Looking to be like a 48, 49.
Mm-hmm.
48, yeah, probably 48. Okay, here we go. This is the one that matters. Oh, per first time, absolute masterclass there from Blueser.
And then
the Canadian devil himself, King. Yeah, so
too funny. But there's still a lot of things to happen in the late game that can disrupt the paces.
For sure.
And you'll see Blueser's.
So we want to get the Hunter's Sword rather than the Claymore. The Claymore will go to the opponent. We now have to wait for him, so this is where Blueser's going to probably, you know, start talking in chat and being like, look at me. Probably.
There we go.
Probably not. Okay.
Nice.
Come on now, November. 1 attack. Perfect.
Nice.
Oh, very nice.
Easy. Just like that. No. Navampa can actually use a smoke bomb. He can stun you, or sorry, put you to sleep.
Yeah. He's got like smoke bomb, nut, and then sleep bomb, and it's like if he uses a sleep bomb, it's just he's just really rubbing it in at that point.
Absolutely.
There's no need for that.
I've gotten put to sleep and just had him defend for like a few turns just to add time onto the clock. Some funny stuff that can happen here. So yeah, you have Blueser exiting Colosso around the same time as Valyssa entering. And
this is a great cutscene again, quickly, just because Garrett's always like, "Oi!" and then Ivan's like, "No, shut up, Garrett." Garrett's like, I'm sorry for shouting." And then again, Ivan's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be fine. I've rested up. I'm all good." And Garrett's like, "No, you're not." And Ivan says, "Shut up, Garrett." And Garrett goes, "I'm sorry again. I'm sorry for shouting again." Ivan doesn't say "shut up, Garrett" like that. He just looks disapprovingly, you know, very stern.
mm-hmm.
But I like to think he's like, "Shut up, Garrett."
Let's see. So, Blueser's going to be coming into a very long cutscene here. I think this is the second longest cutscene in the game, actually.
Yeah, this is outside of that one in the intro, which is the 7-minute cutscene that we had. This is the second longest cutscene. It's about 4.5 minutes. It is. It just sucks. Babai or Barbie, however you want to say it. I think the Japanese phonetic is Barbie, B-A-B-I.
I say Bobby as well.
Whatever. I say Babai for some. I say Babai for some reason. I have no idea why, but.
I also do. I'm not sure if anyone in the community that openly says that they pronounce it as Babby. It just sounds weird.
Babby. It's like I don't know, British slang for a baby. Look at the wee babby. Anyway. Now, Blues is going to get into the end of the game as well after this, and then he's going to get absolutely ram-shafted by all the RNG, and Bliss is going to win.
Right. That's my prediction as well. There's...
Because if one... yeah, if there's one thing Blues gets has in this game, it's like atrocious endgame RNG.
Especially in the final boss fight.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, I think Plexa has like the worst like turn 2 resist luck. That man, I think, had 9 runs in a row get like turn 2 resist. It's always good when like we'll talk about that more in detail when we get close to the boss fight itself, because it's, you know, it doesn't matter now, but there's some stuff that can happen in the final boss fight where you're just like, oh great, thanks for coming. That was fun.
Yeah. What was the last 3.5 hours for?
Yeah. People enjoyed it, I guess.
Yeah. Just we throw for content in this community.
Well, Blue does. Absolutely, he does. What's the point in running the game if you aren't, you know, trying for content?
So we have Valyssa coming into the first fight with Azart here. We'll see how it goes. Where fingers are crossed for no nuts.
Good old nut losso or time losso, whichever one you want to call it. It really is annoying. The amount of times where it's one of those things where it's always back and forth. You'll have a run where everything goes wrong. You're like, oh man, I've got so much time saved in Colosso because I've got like, you know, 6 nuts or 5 nuts, and 3 defends. And then there'll be times where you just get like the god losso, and it's like, well then.
It's always nice to run up against a bad Colosso split in your PB, but then on the other hand, it's also like horrifying to run up against a good Colosso split if that's what's in your PB.
Okay. Ground.
This is kind of spooky.
Oh, this is more than enough.
Nice.
That's more than enough. Because Valyssa did oil drop, flint, Ragnarok. I think that was an extra turn. I don't think needed the Ragnarok, but I think the Ragnarok covers in case they dodge, because then it's 160 damage lost, and I think you only need an extra like 50, so that covers the potential of a guard. Yeah, it's either that or there was a defend on one of the turns, like on the flint. Maybe if there was a defend on flint, perhaps throwing out the Ragnarok for extra damage. So one of the two, but yeah.
And yeah, I'm noticing that the first oil drop was actually defended against.
It was the first oil drop, was it? Okay, rather than the flint. So Iodem finally left, which means that this is the end of the cutscene. So all while that was going on, Blueser was just sitting there mashing. Right then, we're done here. We're going to be jumping into our next dungeon. This entire split is our many encounters. You can remember right back at the beginning of the game when we left Goma Cave, we had those sections where we were like counting encounter skips and how many there were. You know, what out of the 5. Okay, so here's the
power bread.
The power bread being grabbed here. That's the HP increasing item. Yeah, and we'll be grabbing the water of life as well, I think. Here. Yeah,
very nice.
Yeah, so Suhala Desert itself has 7 potential encounter skips, and then there's a few more you can get immediately afterwards. There's a lot of encounter skips that you can get. So there's one here. Do we get the encounter skip all the way to the bridge? Okay, so remember, please post your yays in chat if you are indeed wanting to do that. Yay now, or forever hold your peace. This second one's like the second hardest one in all of it. We can get all the way from the bridge to Suhala village, which is going to be quite hard to get to. No. Okay, so that would be a nay. If you posted your first yay, it's now yay and then yay nay, because we're counting them as we go.
And at the same time, Valyssa's coming into the Satrich fight. It's worthy of noting that in a regular run, Azard or Satridge, if they kill you, it's a run ender because of all the cutscenes, similar to Kraken. Smoke bomb.
Okay, so there's a small one there. We sometimes like count that one. So that one counts as an encounter skip as well, I think. So yeah, that's yay, nay, yay.
Oh, nice.
2 out of 3.
Valyssa got the dodge on the attack on Satridge. Very nice.
Very good, yeah. It means you don't have to worry too much, even if there is a defense in there and an extra attack. Okay, so...
Smooth. No nuts.
All good. Yeah, that's both of them, so that's one more to go. So, yeah, that's the first lizard down here. So this is where we can do some cool things. There is a variety of different strats we can do here. We can... Basically, ground will get rid of the first turn of these lizards, then we can basically burst it down before it gets its second turn.
Nice.
But you can do another thing where you can actually use Procny, Quake Sphere, and then Judgment with Garrett. And what this does is it spends a load of PP for Isaac, because we were going to be eventually getting towards another retreat glitch. So by spending PP here with Quake Sphere, it kind of it expedites that PP drain later on. But, yeah, 2 yays and 2 nays. Yeah. 3 more to go. The next one is the hardest one. You have got to run so far to get this next encounter skip. So it sucks.
Very nice. These lizards can actually do a move called Ward, which increases their resistance and makes it so that way the summons that we use don't actually clear it in time. So sometimes, like Bowie was saying, there's some strategies. Oh, that was a very close one.
Yeah. I think Blizzard does actually put a contingency plan into that. He has Garrett finish off with something if the ward comes out to the... It doesn't matter.
Usually Procny. But I think that in the last 2 cases he's had to use Thor because he's gotten encounters so close to the Tornado Lizard. So he hasn't had Procny available for either of the last 2 Tornado Lizard fights. Oh, Valyssa with the instant climb.
Oh, see, I do this sometimes as well. If you get the instant climb, you drop back down and do it again. Yeah, that right there is the real flex. That's the real flex right there.
Very nice.
Hell yeah. Climb, drop, climb. Big fan. I agree with that one. That swag. Valyssa won the moral war here. She just won in my heart.
And she also did the fast conveyor belt band.
So this next encounter skip is not actually the first encounter available, but because you have to take one. But this second encounter is the skip. So if you're counting, there's no nay yet on the 6th one. Now it's a nay. Okay, now it's a nay.
Very nice encounter.
Yeah, you have to take the first encounter, but it is a nice one. Yeah, you can clear it with.
Although
with Boreas.
He wants Boreas for Flash, which is right around the corner. So hopefully it comes up in time.
Yeah. So this is where people, smart people, will move ground to Isaac, so that we can do. He
doesn't have Boreas.
Yeah, he didn't think about that, did he?
Was that intentional? Does he know that he can clear it without it?
I think he's doing Thor. I think he's doing Thor Judgment because it's just whatever, you know, rather than waiting for it, just crack on.
For sure.
But what the best you can do is you put the if you move ground over to Isaac, you can do Procny Boreas, and it's job done.
You learn something new every day. I didn't know that Thor Judgment would clear Flash, but the more you know.
Yeah, it does. Right then, this next one, again, the first encounter you have to take, but you can skip the second one on the way out of Suhala Desert. So we're currently at, what, 2 out of 6? So, average, I guess.
Yeah. And it's also worth noting that that's the last Djinn we'll get for the entire game. Again, Flash is incredibly powerful, probably the only reason we're able to beat the game the way that we do currently. Nice encounter.
And that was that was a late encounter as well, so he might be able to get this. There's 10 seconds left for a sub 3 Suhala in a marathon setting. What are you doing to the menu? Oh, unlucky blue. That is a 5th nay. A 5th nay, I'm afraid.
5-2 for the nays. We'll see if Valyssa does any better.
I think that was why the menu as well, just in case. We were like, no, don't menu, but that was really bad luck.
Yeah.
If he didn't menu, he would have been knackered.
Yeah, the menu was really the smart play. We're just memeing.
So this encounter here can be skipped, the one that Blue got here. It's a bit of a shame that he had to take it, but you know. Okay, Valyssa is in the unending cutscene, so have fun, Valyssa. So yeah, that was that encounter can be skipped. You can also get an encounter skip into Hala Gate. You can take one encounter only, and that's really good if that happens. Because at this point, we were mentioning earlier how like we'll be taking more and more encounters, but specifically for this part. Encounters at this point are going to be so much longer because they're going to be faster. We're going to be like tanking at least one action from the enemy, and we need to do 2 tier 4 summons. So skipping an encounter is like 20 to 30 seconds time save. So it's massive at this point if we get an encounter skip. So now Flash is going to be active, so we might need it for certain fights. So the first encounter is here. That's very early. That is early.
Oh.
That was a caught by surprise, and it hurts, dude.
So caught by surprise can happen at any point in any of the encounters, with the exception of scripted boss fights. That being when it happens in the late game, basically any time for the rest of this stream, it's going to be incredibly impactful because we're underleveled.
Yeah. Essentially, if you're in Venus Lighthouse and you get caught by surprise, GG. GG. Which is a real shame to say, but it is true. That's just a big old GG. And it has happened. Get caught by surprise against like your Grand Golem and 4 Boulder Beasts, and it just like explode.
Yeah.
And then you're back in Lalavero. Easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had that happen to me before. It happens so quickly.
And nothing you can do about it. So this is where it's a little bit. This is why I choose to personally use Quake Sphere on the Tornado Lizards, because at this point we've got like a lot of stuff to go through. He's gonna hotkey Frost to like L or R, whatever is not his retreat button, because Frost is a pretty fast animation as you see. Probably faster just to do Frost anyway, but still.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you manage your PP well in that segment of the game, you can go through that without having to drain it really into the range where you can use retreat. This is actually a really interesting glitch, if you will, in the game. You'll see the Bloozer's hotkeyed reveal, and when we reveal in this section of the game, we actually don't generate encounter rate, and so you can just run through this section of the game using reveal to stop your encounter rate from climbing. Although he's playing very risky.
The reason this works as well is if you remember what I said at the very, very beginning when we first got reveal, that it layers a map over the top. This is a different map to the one that we normally run on. And essentially, when they were localizing the game from Japanese to English, or to the West, or all of the languages it's in, they essentially just forgot to turn encounters on the reveal maps. And it only works in Babai Lighthouse, in Venus Lighthouse 1. We say 1 because it's the first time we come in here and it's a short bit. But yeah, it doesn't work anywhere else. Only here.
Sadly.
So, okay, yellow first. Let's go.
You can get the blue path,
Let's go yellow
blue
first.
or yellow path here. Blue is faster by about 14 seconds.
Well, I mean, getting it. We need to use the blue path because it's the puzzles themselves are faster. You lose about 12 to 14 seconds. Yeah. If you get yellow, then you have to make it blue. If you try and run down the actual yellow route, you're losing about 5 minutes. It's disgustingly slow.
Yeah, blue is the best path.
The blue is just so good.
We do need it.
No encounter skip again. So you didn't get any of the encounter skips post Suhala into Lalavero. There's one more major. There's future RNG where there's like an extra encounter skip, but no one else gets that. Not even the task. So I'm pretty sure the task didn't. But yeah, there's one more encounter skip realistically left, which is through Babai Lighthouse. Now, the long cutscene, by the way, the really annoying one that we weren't talking about, that Valyssa just managed to escape. that cutscene is Babai being like, yes, I'm really old and I want to be young again, or I want to not die. And I went to Lemuria once and that's where this vial is from. And I'm building a lighthouse to be able to see to the Eastern Sea. And I need powerful warriors to be able to travel the seas and get back to Lemuria and get me some more draft kind of thing. And that's why he's doing Colosso. Oh, my Lord, Valyssa just getting focused down. To be fair, what I would do, I wouldn't revive there. I'd run to Savala, and revive in the inn. But you know,
that's fair.
Oh, look at that! Blues are going down the center. Task threats.
That's a funny thing called the task jump. I don't think anyone in our community realized that was the fastest way to navigate through the city, and then I think it was FX that did the task for it and blew our minds.
It's very minor. The thing is, like, the girl who stands in the way can just like block you from getting into the middle, basically, and then you're like, because there are two types of pixels in games like these. I talk about this in Illusion of Gaia as well, but there are hard and soft pixels. Hard pixels are one that when you align with them, even if it's one pixel, you get stuck. And some are soft where you'll slide around them when you kind of touch them. It's like walls and doors and edges have soft pixels, and then and other NPCs have hard pixels.
No encounter in the tower for blue so far. Very good.
That's really good RNG. You want to get the encounter here, pretty much. Yeah, if you want to have a good chance of getting it, and he does. Okay, there we go. That's one of the best chances. You can reach the cutscene without an encounter. I did that once. This is not a bad encounter. Ground the Griffin. Boreas the Magicore or the Manticore King, because it dies to Boreas, and then you just Thor the Griffin. Griffins have a gross amount of speed and a gross amount of HP. They have like 440 HP, 410.
Around that, yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah, but you can't kill it with like a basic. Like Thor alone cannot kill it. That's how powerful it is. Although Boreas Judgment, I didn't actually know that worked. Although I think I did, and I just forgot. Anyway, that thing's down.
We've got some.
Essentially, yeah, we can get to the next bit without an encounter. That's pretty nice.
And we have Valyssa working her way through Sohala Desert.
Yeah, remember to count your nays and yays, friends.
We've got a few people in chat counting.
My wings are all aflutter. I'll turn into butter. A moment and mutter. Sorry, sometime on the brain.
Yeah, we've got. Hopefully, Valyssa can get a lot of the encounter skips it through here and close that distance up a little bit. Coming into the third Tornado Lizard fight.
Was that an encounter skip on that one? Actually, I think it was.
I believe so. Yeah, yeah.
God, that is the hardest one. That is like, I think that's like an 8% chance.
2 for 2.
Again, Plexa will be like, stop getting the numbers wrong. I'm sorry, Plexa. I'm not a nerd, all right.
Yeah, she's 2 for 2 right now.
2 for 4.
Ah, right. I meant
two and two. Yeah, 2 and 2.
Oh, nice. Was that a flea? Did I see that right?
And then just ran away, maybe. Just like, nope, I'm out of here. Okay.
Oh.
Attack first! Okay, so remember when we talked about attack first, as in you get a preemptive? That's a guaranteed flee. So an attack first means you just run away, which is one of the best things. If you get if you're future, you get 2 attack first in Venus Lighthouse, and then you get like a sub 5 or whatever. But a sub 5 Venus. Yeah, I think that first flee was also an AF, so I think that was double AF.
Wow.
Which is pretty nice. AF attack first, preemptive, instant.
I'm not sure if we mentioned it, but when you get an attacks first, you instantly succeed on your flee.
Yeah, I just said that, but yeah.
Oh.
It's like literally just now. But no, it's all good. I find it funny because it was like literally the last thing I said. Okay. I do that all the time. See, like now, Valyssa's smart. You see, ground with Isaac, Procne, Boreas. Folks at home, if you're learning this run, don't do Blues strats. Okay, you do Plexa and Valyssa strats. Don't do Blues strats.
We have a high amount of love in our community. Don't let the commentary fool you.
sorry if you hear any seagulls in my background. It's time of day when they start making their way up the shoreline and kind of start cawing at me all night.
No worries. I've got.
They never stop. To be fair, it doesn't matter if it's raining, if it's sunny, if it's day, if it's like evening. They're always just.
I've got the dogs in the background.
I'm not gonna go out. I'm not gonna go out there and fight them. Have you seen a British seagull?
Actually, no.
Their feathers rolled up. They've got tattoos. Like, terrifying.
I've got the dogs in the background on my end, but I think the seagulls are actually they become a part of your stream almost, like a part of your brand.
Yeah, it's great when I'm in like a beach or kind of like seaside area in a video game, and it's like really bringing the vibe to you guys. Yeah.
You just like hear the cawing in the background or what have you, and they're like, "Oh, when I played this game, they didn't have seagulls in the background audio."
Let's go, Valyssa. Was that another encounter skip? Getting to Suhala Gate. Good God. This is it. Valyssa's winning. Who doesn't stand a chance? He's going to get CBS'd in Venus, isn't he? Oh no.
It would make a really good race if we got a CBS in Venus too.
It would make for a great race if Blues have got absolutely like knackered by the game right now. Okay, Ice Golem, Ice Gargoyle, nice and easy. That's just a simple jump.
I don't like wish that upon anyone, but
yeah, yeah, brilliant. Okay, Valyssa not getting an encounter again until like a million years in, and it's a single Thor. Valyssa, what is with your endgames? What is? She'll just leave Colosso, and the game's like, all right, now I've had my fun. Go forth.
Something interesting about Valyssa is that in the last community speedrun race that we did, her Fusion Dragon section of the game, which is the part of the final boss segment, was better than the TAS.
Yeah. She had better RNG than what people could like actually, calculate and formulate and just confirm. That's nuts. This is crazy amounts of encounter skips again.
So I think she's 4 yay, 3 nays for Suhala.
Yeah, that's pretty good actually for Suhala. Yeah. And then the one on the way to Suhala Gate and the one in Suhala Gate.
Closing up. So the dungeon that Bluzer's about to get to, the Venus 2 segment of the game, is really the segment that makes or breaks people for this game. We've done a ton of run comparisons. You'll see Bluzer safety saving right now.
What a guy.
Yeah, this run makes or breaks people.
Yeah, it's and this particular part is really, really scary. It's quite a long fight, and the encounters can be really hard or really straightforward. There are some we want to see. Single Manticore King, triple Boulder Beast, ones where we can get a single summon and go. Attacks first just saves so much time. And if we get a CBS, caught by surprise with the enemy attack first, most encounters can just kill 2, maybe 3, even the entire party if they want. So it is very scary. Valyssa did get Yellow Path first, so she's going to lose that 14 seconds. Okay, this is nice and easy. Ground the skeleton, then Progny and Boreas onto the Manticore King. Yeah.
But yeah, in expanding more off of what Bowie was saying, if you get a CBS in Venus 2, that's going to save you around 30 seconds as opposed to like an attacks first earlier on in the game, which might save you just a few seconds, and it'll be quite less time save.
It's always nice to get an AF at the beginning, just because it's like, free, especially when you're doing the, the Bilibin section when you're trying to get to and from that village. This is a nasty encounter. This is a nasty encounter because so Flash is going to be coming out, and you want to use Boreas Water on the Chimeras, and then the Lizard is Thunder, so obviously you want to use, or it's Wind, so you want to use Earth. The thing is, if it uses Thunder Blessing, or Storm Blessing rather, it can paralyze. And it paralyzed Ivan and Garrett, and Ivan's the one who outturns. So if this doesn't clear, we're in danger.
Well,
Judgment. Okay, I think he goes for a 3 summon fight, just to confirm it. That was 3 summons, I think, which is because he's close to the next screen. A really important thing for this dungeon is knowing where your rooms there are no encounters are. So puzzle rooms like this, the game turns off encounter rate, so you don't get any steps towards your next encounter. They learnt that from Beyond the Beyond. If you've ever played that game, you'll know that there's a ton of encounters in that game, and they do not turn off encounters on puzzle screens.
I also think
they changed that.
For that last fight, I think that the way that Blueser handles them is with the Chimeras in particular, because they do have a move that heals them. He opts to not lead with Ivan, so that way he doesn't outspeed with Ivan, essentially committing damage that is healable for the enemy. He avoids doing that.
Yeah, so the thing that will a technique you can do as well towards the end is you can actually force 2-turn fights with fights like that. Again, let the summon go. Let the first summoner go after them, and then have on turn 2, Ivan finishes it off with the other summon, which is the other way of doing it, which is very important towards the end, because when you get towards the end, you don't have time. You want to get out of this situation really quickly. So the less Djinn ticks you have to get back to like recover at the very end is much more important.
And spending that extra turn in that fight is what does the recovery for the Djinn.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, when you end that fight, you get like one tick back. So if you're using 2 summons, you only need 1 rather than 2, so it's very important.
Yeah, Blue's flying through Venus.
Okay, so cutscene for doing pretty good. Yeah. Another encounter, another easy one, or a straightforward one. It's not the fastest, but it is straightforward. Not too much to do. It's 3 actions, but they're not the longest. So
yeah, and then the Procne to close it up. Again, Procne is the fastest summon, so you'll see it thrown into a lot of encounters as a way to close up small damage.
Yeah. Again, you don't get encounters when you're running on the sand. So running against the sands, the sands. What's the word? Yeah, this is one of the best encounters. This and Manticore King, as long as it's just a simple Boreas and you're done. I think if you can get a single Ice Golem, that's the best, but I think that's only in the Tunnel Ruins. Not
Anything that's a 1 summon encounter, beautiful. You'll love to see it.
Right then, this is the Gaia Blade. The Gaia Blade is the strongest weapon in the game, in this particular game. There are some choice other weapons, like the infamous Kiku Ichimonji, which is a very rare drop, which is quite infamous for its rarity, but also for the whole RNG manip that everyone found back in the day. This is nice and easy. We're going to do, I think, Judgment Thought. That'll be nice. Grand Golems have a lot of HP, so you got to burn through them.
It's the.
But yeah, the Gaia Blade is very powerful, and it has an amazing unleash called Titan's Blade, which is super sick. But specifically, it gives us increased Venus power. So again, when you get these upgrades, it's like 96 or 100 power upgrade is the cap. It's the cap if you're not like aligned. But with the Gaia Blade, it's like I think it's 30 extra Gaia power on the off. So that means the first judgment that gets used by Isaac in the final bosses is going to be empowered a little bit. And yeah.
It's actually really important because the damage calculations are so precise on that last boss fight.
Yeah. I should notice that we haven't really mentioned Unleash at all in this game, and I just brought it up at the end. And I guess I can explain it. There are 2 types of crits. There are crits and unleashes. And sometimes it'll be like you do that, like the close-up where you get like the blue arc of strike when you attack, and it like does a bit of extra damage when it's zoomed in. And then you get what's called an unleash, where you get text saying, their weapon lets out a howl, and they get like a special animation for the weapon. I'm going to bring it up again because it's great. This was started in Shining Force 3, where certain weapons have a unique skill that is attached to them, and all the characters start with a crit, and as you level up their weapon skill, they gain unleashes, which are like stronger criticals. And that's why in Dark Dawn, in Dark Dawn, some of you may have played Golden Sun Dark Dawn, but in Dark Dawn you have like a weapon experience meter for your weapons, and you'll have different unlocks you can get for a weapon based on how strong you are, which is kind of an enhancement of Shining Force 3's WP system. Got to bring up the Shining Force. That's my ticks done. Yeah. Best SRP. This is the worst encounter. If you get this with 4 Boulder Beasts as a CBS, you're dead. But Boreas is going to be targeted on all 3 of the Boulder Beasts to get rid of them. Ground the big guy. Boreas on that. Thor on the Grand Golem. Nice and easy. Bob's your uncle. Fanny's your aunt. There you go.
It's a nice clear. But yeah, the unleash on the weapons is a very cool just addition to the game. It's really, really cool thematically because they're, the unleash attacks are often tied to the lore of the weapon. You don't end up seeing it in the speed run really at all, unless you get the unleash on the Gaia Blade, really. But I
yeah, for sure. I think what I like about it is it brings character, a sense of character and personality to a weapon. Because when a weapon has a move to it, and you like that move, you kind of grow an attachment to the weapon because the move's cool. And I think that's kind of a nice thing of like almost personifying the strength of a weapon with its unleashes, and that's pretty.
Yeah,
sweet.
It's really cool, and we don't really get into it during the speed run again, but it. What?
Just wondering. I'm not sure if this works.
Oh.
Oh no, it does. It does because he's got the Gaia Blade on. Yeah, increased strength.
But yeah, I think that most of the special weapons with unleashes are called or considered artifacts, especially in the shops. And there's a wide range of them that you don't really get to see in the speedrun, but they're really, really cool for flavor reasons.
Yeah, the reason I gasped there is because that doesn't kill unless the Gaia Blade's equipped, and I didn't see him equip the Gaia Blade, but he must have done it in a menu that went too fast for me to see. We haven't really talked about it ourselves. We did mention at the very beginning that the menuing in this game is amazing, but we didn't really talk about it ever at any point. We probably should just briefly before we get into the final boss fight and the final boss fight strats. But because if you press select and start when you're in menus or in the battle menu as well, it kind of doubles the input you do. So if you press right select, it like doubles the right select. So you can glide through menus a lot easier, and that's the technique we use called menu gliding. By pressing right, there are 2 options. You've got menu gliding, where you can do right select or right select start, or left if you want, or you can do like fighting game inputs. You can do like Shoryuken inputs or Hadoken inputs to like roll up or down to right, because down operates as right and up operates as left. So you can do like FGC inputs as well if you like. Anyway, the final boss fight is 2 parts. You've got to fight Saturos and Minardi, and then we've got to fight the fusion dragon when they fuse. And this is called the courthouse strats. Cause, I'll let you break down our courthouse strats.
Yeah, for sure. So we set up our Djinn in a way that we have the Venus Djinn refreshing every other turn, and we set 2 Venus Djinns up on Isaac, so that way we can always have 4 on the off turn, so that way we can use Judgment, hence the name Courthouse. But it's essentially, we use Vine to keep the enemy slowed, we use Ground to take away an enemy's turn, Granite for defense, and then either Flint or Quartz, depending on how you set up your Djinn, on Isaac to always make sure that we have that 4th Djinn up for Judgment. And yeah, it's a ton of damage, and it's also boosted by the fact that Isaac has the Gaia Blade. We mix that with, on the off turn, me as our healer, and we also use Flash on Garrett, which is the 90% damage reduction, and we also use Mars on Ivan to make sure that Flash is always refreshed. So you end up in this scenario where you're constantly refreshing on opposite turns, Flash and Granite, so that way we always have either a 50% damage reduction or a 90% damage reduction, because we're so under leveled. It's the only way we can really survive the boss fight.
For sure. Some things to take into account as well is that we're going to be targeting in a very, very specific way. So, the enemies can do a lot of bad stuff. The number 1 thing, Death Size, which is a mistranslation or a mislocalization of Death Scythe, we believe, because that's what Minardi's, an acquaintance of Minardi uses that move. But it's a physical attack that deals a lot of damage, that has a chance to do a one-shot proc, like instant death. So we'll be using Ground on Minardi to prevent that. There are flex options to use Ground on Saturos in very, very particular scenarios. I'll only bring it up if it's necessary to bring it up. Other things, resist increases their magic defense, which means that judgment will deal less damage. Break is a skill that is only brought into an enemy's pool. If they have that skill in their pool, it's only brought up if there is an active buff on the board. So if you buff up, which is what the elemental buffs are from summons, are classed as their buffs, Saturos can use Break, which removes all buffs from the party. The other thing that can happen is Cure Well, which is going to be, or Potent Cure, which is 300 HP back to whoever gets it. There'll also be Haunt. Haunt is an ability that gives one of our characters a spooky friend, and the spooky friend has a 1 in 4 chance to deal a quarter of the damage we deal to us. A 1 in 4 chance to deal 1 in 4 of our damage reflected back. We're dealing into the thousands here. We're going to die if that happens. We don't want to see it. So target onto Isaac first. Nice first start. The first target was onto Minardi because she's got less HP, but she's got more magic resist. The second, fully buffed up. Now we're going to have the opportunity. Very nice, no death size. That's the scary part about the off turn when we don't have ground. So one thing we're going to be looking for is the nice break. Okay, cool. Then I hope that blue doesn't target Saturos now. You want to target Saturos with 1 boosted judgment, with the full maximum power judgment, because again he's got more HP. He's got 3,000. Minardi has 2,500. So we need to put a bit more damage into him with 1 hit, and then focus Minardi for the rest to balance the damage out to kill them close enough to each other so we can get a perfect start. We don't actually want to kill on the judgment turn. We want to kill on the off turn so that we can go into a judgment turn for the final boss. But yeah.
Very well put. And it looks like he targeted Minardi with that second judgment.
Heat Flash again on Isaac. That's so... I mean, at this point, rather than using Wish, you can just use a Vial instead. Nice and easy.
Because Wish, while it doesn't AoE heal, it's not going to heal as much as he needs.
Yeah, just regular Wish is a bit meh. So because of the lack of damage, normally the targeting has to be done in a certain way to kind of bring down each character correctly. But I think we're going to change a slight bit of targeting. Okay, Minardi getting the boosted attack isn't so bad. That was 97 extra attack, which is 48 extra damage from Minardi, which can hurt on a on a judgment turn. But again, she's going to be stopped anyway. If she uses impact on Saturos, we are crying, because that's going to be an extra 100 attack, an extra 50 damage. Isaac would have died in that previous situation if there was an impact.
It's specifically scary when Saturos uses Heat Flash.
Yeah.
Nice. There's the boosted one.
Although I should say there's a Haunt coming out. No effect. Okay, it's on Ivan. That's kind of bad. There are scenarios where we don't want that to happen. So if that proc ever happens for Ivan, when he does... Because we may have noticed that we set up Djinn in a certain way where we have 2 pocket summons that we're going to do a big bursting rush on the final boss. If that procs on Ivan, we're not going to be able to get a judgment on the final turn, because again he has to prepare for summon, so that's kind of scary. The big one though we don't want to see is on Isaac, so that's the worst, but that's still scary.
The main thing that means is if you have the spooky friend on Ivan, it means that you want to end the turn or end the fight from the fusion dragon on the turn that you summon with Mia and Ivan, so that way even if it procs, it doesn't matter.
You can do that, just +1 turn. Or you can, just risk it all.
Yeah, you can risk it all. You should risk it all. It's about going fast, and there's the kill on Minardi, and hopefully we're looking for a kill with the use of Flint on this turn.
Yeah, so we're going to just proc out a little bit more extra damage with Mars. Again, hopefully this has been the right counterplay. I believe it has. I don't think I've seen anything wrong with this. Heal's going to come out, and Flint should hopefully get the kill. If not, we can just try and forcibly extend it. Yeah. He didn't attack though, so you can easily kind of do this again.
Yeah, you'll outspeed him next turn. You just throw everything at him.
He's going to go for it. He's just going to go for the summon.
That's
not
interesting.
Around. Okay,
I'm wondering, did we miss a heal or something on him?
No. It's just the damage calculation might just be in a position where it's a bit too far. Oh, was that a back attack for Valyssa? I looked over and she's dead.
Jeez, that looked like it.
Yeah, that was the back attack for Valyssa.
Like we were talking
As
about
Blue
earlier,
finishes up his fight.
CBS and Venus 2 can just ruin you.
Yeah. Yeah. I was too busy focusing on the fight that I completely forgot to look at Valyssa there. I do apologize.
Well,
CBS is awful.
And it happens so quickly.
Yeah, it just happens. Like, you just get it and then you're dead. So there's nothing you can do. But after beating them in hand-to-hand combat, they throw the Venus Star, throw the Venus Star into the beacon, light the second lighthouse, and again, the effects of what happens when they light these does different things, because when you kind of cast, when the Mercury Lighthouse is lit, it kind of creates, there's like a sweep of water that goes across the northern continent. There's some side quests related to this, actually, that a character can disappear if you don't save her from the river, and she gets swept away. But this one causes like a massive earthquake that sends ripples through the land and creates it just creates some weird stuff where one of the continents gets shattered apart and then floats away. But yeah, it's interesting how they do different things. Now, they're going to align themselves and fuse together to become the Fusion Dragon. Now, with this fight, again, similar stuff. We don't really want to see particular outcomes. We're going to open up with a non-judgment turn. So it's going to be a slower fight now, and we'll see exactly how that looks. Dragon Diver is going to come out. This is going to do a little bit of damage, but it's not that slow. The thing we don't want to see is outer space. Outer space is like the Fusion Dragon's version of Meteor. It's a very, very slow animation, but he can just do it all the time.
Here it is.
There it is.
It can actually...
you can see how long this takes.
And it can actually one-shot Ivan, but this is the main reason why we get the Power Bread earlier on in the game and use it on Ivan.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely do that. If he doesn't have Power Bread, if he's targeted by outer space on the Granite turn when it's only 50% damage reduction, he will just go down. So yeah, the Power Bread helps that. Although he's missing a bit of damage right now. The Vine means that we can outturn his first turn with a bunch of characters, and then the second turn Isaac should be able to outturn. There we go. Now again, because he's got a lot of HP, the damage coming out from Judgment's going to be huge. Dragon Diver again. The other things he can do like a Venom Breath. I can't remember. I don't know. I can't remember the exact name. What's the exact name? It's not just called Poison Blessing.
Oh.
But yeah, he's got a. Why can't I remember that? It's going to really get on my nerves. But essentially, he's got a move that can AOE poison. And Drain Fang's nice and quick. Nothing too bad there. And attack, very nice quick turn there for Blues as Valyssa gets her first Sandfall going now as she's making her way back through the lighthouse. And yeah, and the other thing is he's also got Haunt and Break as well, so all that kind of stuff that we've seen before. So not too much different, but the extra stuff does add a little bit of stuff that you have to be a bit aware of.
And Bowie mentioned earlier, we had the Djinn set up at the beginning of the boss fight of Saturos Monardi. Oh, another attack. That's really nice for speed. Essentially, we have Boreas and Thor in our back pocket, and we're waiting to close up the fight with that. The other way that you can do it is you can use it on one of the in-between turns and then end on a Judgment turn, which is what looks like Bloozer's going to be trying to do this turn. I don't think I've seen any breaks, so this might be the quick fight for Fusion Dragon.
Looks like the Thor didn't land.
Very nice. Blue risked it, and Ivan could have been targeted.
A bit low. Nice proc, bro. Nice proc, bro. Garrett. Dragon Diver, he's down!
Oh no!
Oh, Garrett.
I don't know if it matters.
Severe Blow has a proc. I didn't talk about Severe Blow.
It does matter.
It's the same thing as Ivan dying. Yeah, it's the same thing as Ivan dying. He can't do that, he has to do Cybele.
Is this enough damage now?
I mean, there's no breaks. I always thought Quartz, let's go, it worked! Oh my god!
Quartz is a chance to proc Resurrection, by the way.
Valyssa having another...
oh, this is scary.
With Drain Fang! Oh, okay. It's just the one, so we're good. That was a scary fight for Valyssa again. It's just the bodying after bodying over there, unfortunately. Looks like Blue's going to finish this up. He's going to play it really cool with a tornado because that's how he likes to do it.
This was actually a really scary position for Blue to be in because on that last turn he didn't have any of his defensive Djinn up. And what did Fusion Dragon decide to do? Drain Fang.
Yeah.
It could have...
Big damage. Break! He's really going on one over here, isn't he? That was almost a bit scary there.
It has to end this turn for him.
Oh, come on. He's just trying to throw out... He's throwing everything and the kitchen
Oh
sink
no!
Out of space! Did he have a defense?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Did he put anything up?
Oh no! If Ramses has to kill here, yeah.
That's got to be enough. Yeah, that's got to be enough. Yeah, GG's. Time's not yet, obviously. Time comes up when we finish the last input, but we got the kill. Bluezer was trying very hard to give us all a heart attack.
Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat for that one. It was very close. The fact that Garrett got killed there on the last turn meant that we couldn't get the judgment out, which we needed to secure that damage. And it took us a Cybele plus a Ramses, tier 3 and a tier 2 summon respectively, to get that damage in. And also I think that equated to 4 more turns.
About that, yeah. About that. It was a nice ending, but it's looking like it's going to be about a 343, a 340, high 342, low 343 kind of time. The top runners are looking at times under 340, so like the coveted 3-3x is kind of like a big run, big time that a lot of people chase. We're talking about the previous race where Valyssa had some incredible endgame RNG. That was Valyssa's PB actually, and was her first 3-3x as well. So it's like it was a big moment to get a run like that and to get a time like that.
Yeah,
as well.
Absolutely. In the last community race, there was 4 runners, and Valyssa actually beat everyone, claiming the 3-3x time.
But yeah, I think this has been this run or this race has kind of been dictated by that speed tie loss in the Saturos fight at the very first hour, into the second hour of the run. Valyssa's kept up really well. There was obviously this unfortunate death at the very, very end. CBS on the way to the ending of Venus Lighthouse, having to redo all of Venus again. So it's about a 5-minute time loss, 6-minute time loss, based on where the save was, or well, maybe even more than that. Let's say 7 or 8, really. So that's the biggest thing. And obviously there was the reset as well on the Kraken because of the 4 failed sleep attempts. Valyssa has had the brunt of all of the damage of the RNG coming her way, which is a bit of a shame. But despite that, you'll notice actually that I kind of feel that Valyssa was kind of gaining on Blue quite a lot during that race, despite everything that put her behind. But she was just so far behind due to the specific RNG that came up that it was difficult to recover. But yeah.
Have to agree with that. She did a great job of rolling with the punches, and now we'll get to see the Saturos Minardi fight on her end.
So yeah, as we were discussing about the Saturos Minardi, lots to look out for, lots to be careful of. As I said, we're going to have Bluezer readying up his or coming to the end, so we'll get the finish time ready. Shortish, soonish, yeah, we'll see what that looks like. I'm guessing around, I think, a high 342, low 343 is what I'm thinking. But just a few more cutscenes left for Bluezer, and then basically there's one final cutscene, which is the last input, which is when Mia says that Jenna is waiting for us. That's the final split.
And this game goes very, very nicely into the second title. I believe originally they were supposed to be released in the same cartridge, but on the Game Boy Advance or whatever platform they were originally considering it on. I'm not sure if they originally planned for this to be on the GBA.
It was, yeah. It was GBA.
But I think they tried to release it on one cartridge, but the game was just too big.
Yeah. I had to make it 2 games because that's too much information. But yeah, the beginning of the second game takes place basically where, just before Isaac gets to the top of the lighthouse, because Felix leaves Sheba and Jenna, well, leaves Jenna, sorry, with Kraden, and then goes up to the lighthouse earring.
Nice move.
Nice little time save by going to talk to Iadem before leaving the room. Gaia Blade, make sure to put that onto Isaac. Yeah, if you don't put that on Isaac, it becomes a really bit of a sketch fight. Save coming out from Valyssa.
Very nice. And hopefully we get a clean Saturos minority fight the same way that Blue had one.
Yeah. He had the early break. That was like the only major thing. Nothing else really happened. We had the scare from the death size, but nothing that really, put the... I mean, I know that Blue was just like, oh,
yeah.
Oh. Not the death size, but it worked out for him anyway.
Yeah, it's a huge panic when
you see the words and like time slows down.
Yeah.
It's like it's the longest gap between Minardi uses death size and seeing whether or not it procs. That's like, I don't know. I've had exams that didn't last as long as that moment. Need to get the old "Who Wants to Be a Millionaire" music playing. That. That's just what goes through my head. Right, so we're going to use the black orb, which raises the Lemurian ship out from the water, and we can use that to sail off. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that time. Yeah, I think it's going to be I think a high 342. Looking at this, that's what I'm thinking. Like 342-5x. If not, it's going to be a
very.
I think it's like an hour, like a minute 10 or something. This cutscene.
It's a very respectable time.
Oh, time is paused though, so we're not quite sure.
Oh.
I have to see what I think. Blueser has his timer up, so we can get a confirmation from him when he's done. But we've lost a timer. It'll be back. It'll be back soon. Don't worry. Okay. Great. Well, it was roughly 342 4x. We don't know. Okay, can you like go back a split? Cause.
There we go.
There we go. It was a 342 2x. A mid 342. It was shorter cutscene I thought. It's like a 342.
The audio on mine. We should swap it over.
We've been invaded by Canada, by the way.
Yeah, Blue. The audio is on yours.
But before you start talking, congratulations on your win.
Thank you. You gave your RNG to Valyssa. She gave me her RNG. All right.
Yeah. Well, you didn't get a 3-3x, so she didn't really. But it was a good time. A 342. I think it was a 342 2x, like a 342 28. Let's say. Let's just say it was that 342 28. Not bad, mate. GG's.
Thank you.
How do you feel? Do you feel vindicated from the hotfix race?
Ooh, she got the boosted on Saturos.
She did, yeah. You didn't.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask actually because I was going to say, yeah. When the so when you didn't get the kill with Flint, you chose to go for like the full judgment turn, where you were aware that you were just like too far away, or were you always going to?
I just lost my damage.
You lost your count. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
There's the break.
Yeah, the break comes through. Yeah, I mean it was a pretty good run. You had a very, very good start, obviously. A 1720 Soul Sanctum, a low 119 Saturos, a 158 start Manticore.
Yeah, I just have nothing to complain about.
Yeah,
I just have Val right now. Just kind of walk. But you know what? The best part of the entire run was Venus Lighthouse, Saturos Minority Fusion Dragon.
You got some nice fights in there. You got some nice fights.
It was just nothing was sketchy. Like
Yeah.
there was that one death size, and I was like, oh, okay, carry on.
Yeah. It wasn't like it was great either. It just wasn't. It wasn't bad. You know, it's not like you got like a billion like AFs and all that kind of stuff and encounter skits, but it's just every encounter you got clearable. You know, not 1-2 actions maybe, nothing major. Obviously, the story of this one for Valyssa was that CBS. I think she had done the puzzle, like the final puzzle, and got CBS after that, which was.
I mean, yeah. I was like on a downturn. I looked up and did like my turn after that, and then I looked up again and she was dead.
It's nasty that it can be that way with the game. That is Minardi down. I'm not sure how because she did get the boosted onto Saturos,
Yep.
and Minardi's down, so that should be in an okay position.
She'll probably get the flint kill. I was gonna go for like some synergy, but I just wasn't feeling it. It's like, nah, just end it. The old judge. The old judge. The one on Tret or the one on the mushrooms before?
Yeah. Yeah, it just kept happening, dude.
Ugh.
It kept happening. For you.
Mia died too.
Yeah.
Yep.
First time sleep as well on the Kraken. No, you know, the ferryman is coming for a run soon. Don't worry. He's on his way to drag another run across the river Styx, but this one made it, which is lucky.
Sorry for the sorry for the technical difficulties on sound, by the way, guys. Everything should be going good now.
No need. That's all good, don't worry. Technology does what it does. It's all good. Right then, Fusion Dragon, round 2. Let's see if Valyssa gets 19 attacks and nothing else. Here we go. Once again, let's see how it gets going. We do have the judgment turn start because we did get an off-kill turn, an off-turn kill. So we're going to have hopefully a fast fight. This could be down as low as like 4 minutes-ish if it's kind of all goes perfectly, which is kind of great. So again, ground granite quartz is going to come out. So the interesting thing about this is that Fusion Dragon will outturn Mia on the next turn because Mia only gets the outturn after he's vined. So this is actually kind of scary in terms of damage if Mia can't get her heal off. Let's see how this goes. That looks like it's targeted on Ivan. Okay, it was targeted on Garrett actually, yeah. Okay, that's not too bad. That's actually a little bit better. This is good HP though. So, I mean, because if Ivan gets knocked down to like single digits, it's scary. But okay, we're good. There's the wish. And the vine will come out as well. And we're looking in good state right now. Evil Blessing, which is can haunt. No haunt. Good. Very nice. Evil Blessing. Thinking again, Evil Breath. Yeah.
Did she go in on the judgment turn?
Yes, she did, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So this is turn 2. So pretty much, because you only need 3 judgments and burst. After this turn, Valyssa should be bursting unless... oh yeah, I mean, unless a break comes out. We have to delay the burst.
Or what's the 1 HP attack?
Viblo. Out of space.
Procs on Garrett.
Yeah, like it did for you. That was great. it was like, you know, it didn't. Oh yeah, Thor didn't proc the ghost. Home free, Viblo. Flash and Thor. Okay, cool. Nice position. Looking nice and good. There should be nothing to be afraid of right now. So, 2 hits of flash damage. And again, I mean, yeah, severe blow into AoE is the only thing that's scary right now. Boreas. Yeah, judgment boosted, judgment burst boosted, judgment. GG.
Very nice.
Flint. And out of space. Okay, cool.
Easy.
Ooh. That might affect it.
she got cool and boosted off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's probably fine.
Oh, it's up top. Yeah, I think we've all done that once. A granite.
If she doesn't kill, it's probably like 1.
One.
Like
It's probably 1.
yeah, just 1 HP. Yeah. She's so close.
Dragon diver. That's a dead Ivan.
Diving. Oh, she's so damn close.
Oh, okay. What are we gonna go for?
Okay.
Smog.
Oh, she's so close. She's like a couple hundred off. She's like mid 200s damage off.
Really?
Oh
no. That shouldn't be This shouldn't be used then, if that's the case.
Yeah, she's like 200. Oh,
Kieran was ready.
Oh, goodness.
GG.
Good job, Valyssa.
Woo! The roller coaster FDs.
Yeah. That'll be a sub 4 as well. Because it's about 7-ish minutes, I think, or like high 6. From I can't remember anymore. From boss down to final split. What a great race for the two of them. We've seen the best and worst of Golden Sun RNG. Even Valyssa herself had some incredible RNG at that point. I'm not sure if you were watching Val's Suhala.
Yeah.
Into Suhala Gate, like
okay,
every single encounter skip.
You guys mentioned like she managed to gain like quite a bit of ground, all things considered. Yeah, I was sweating in Venus Lighthouse because I was like, if Val catches up to me now and I get fucking wrecked, oh god, it would be like even.
Yeah.
It would have been even.
Would have been a bad look, right? To have that huge lead and then lose it all.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Insane.
Yeah, it's
How about that useless fucking hat? Oh, my apologies.
It's twice in a row. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
How about that useless hat in?
I can't believe you threw it away.
Oh, is it good?
No, I just can't believe you threw it away. You get a lucky drop. Like, you're the kind of guy who'd be like, you get a Kiku and just be like, nah.
I was hoping that I would get the Kiku Ichimonji and then just toss it too.
Yeah.
Man, I think that was a very interesting ending.
Welcome, Valyssa.
Welcome in, Valyssa.
GG, man.
GG.
Oh my god, I can't believe I managed to pull that one through. Like, that's such a bad spot to be in. I'm so glad Garrett got to get the Kieran.
I am super glad you finished.
Yeah, same. I was like, I'm just gonna go for it, you know. Yeah. Worst case scenario, run dies. I've already lost. But yeah, somehow it just worked out. Man. This is the first time I've really been screwed over by not minting Ivan.
I was gonna say, so Valyssa, let's talk about mint on Isaac.
Yeah, like, normally it's good.
Yeah.
Was Ivan level 6 though?
He was level 6, yeah. He just didn't have to mint because I mint Isaac. Like,
yeah, so when I used to do the mint Isaac strats, I would only mint Isaac if Ivan was level 7.
But I like to mint him early so he can clear oozes on the way to like Mercury Lighthouse without them getting an action. And also gnomes after a level up. It's like so nice for getting to Mercury Lighthouse and just being able to kill pretty much anything before it can get an action.
Yeah, it is a nice thing. I appreciate that. But you kind of like need to force Ivan to level 7, so you need to take more encounters, I guess. Is the counterplay to that?
Somewhat with level 6. Like, it's a speed high for Ivan to outspeed Saturos, so if someone really needs healing, I'll make sure Mia does that. But yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
I'm coming up close on time.
This is the first time it's really bitten me in the behind.
So it was a speed tie into who died? Speed tie.
Isaac.
Isaac dies. He got heat flashed.
Rip Fizz.
How often does that even happen? Like, incredibly...
What, a speed?
Yeah, like, specifically on Saturos.
Well, it's...
Level 6 speed tie is a thing. If Ivan is level 6, he needs the mint to guarantee the outspeed. But, like, the chance of you getting the outspeed isn't, like... I don't know, it feels like a 50-50, in all honesty. didn't feel like it's that reliable personally. That's from my personal experience, but
Yeah.
that's kind of why I switched to.
The moment I realized, I was like, oh gosh, I used up my healing items. Because initially I was like, okay, I'm not gonna need a save here. It's like close by. Forgetting that, we use up healing items and I would have to restock. And I didn't have money for that. And I didn't even realize, so... I'm glad it worked out in the end, but like, my goodness.
Yeah. That was the scary thing. The fact you got through that Saturos fight afterwards was pretty nuts. That was really, really well done. Yeah, I mean, I was discussing it during the actual thing, but like, you were kind of relying on targeting being right for you as well, and it did work out slightly, or just enough to get that KO. So that was super nice.
Yeah, it was pretty chaotic. I did not have a good grasp of like what his next move was going to be and how I was going to prepare, like have a granite for the fireball turn and everything. I kind of could have improv that better, but hey, I was also kind of panicked because I realized, oh gosh, no healing items.
Yeah, I was very impressed by the second Saturos fight. Just barely getting by there with, I think, Isaac and Garrett?
Mia, wasn't it?
Ivan.
Isaac and Ivan, actually.
Was it Ivan? Oh, yeah, that's right.
The unlikely candidate to survive.
It's the one time where he's not wet tissue paper, and job done.
But like, guys, did you see that Suhala Desert and like all the?
Oh mate,
that was ridiculous.
That was silly. Into Suhala Gate, sorry, as well, where you got the pre-Suhala skip, the Suhala Gate skip, like, everything.
Yeah, where were the two attacks first? Was that Gate?
That was after. That was
after. Okay.
Yeah, it was after the third lizard.
We're gonna have the second time coming up soon, everyone.
Yep.
Which, by the way, I think I got 3 encounters on the way to Flash, just 2 were attacks first.
You did, yeah. It
like,
basically
my rates were not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had some nasty rates. Like you just got debated quite heavily by the Bilibin encounter skips as well. Like just before the barricade, just before the village, on the way, or just before the forest, on the way to the village, just before the barricade again. It was really unfortunate.
Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah.
Kraken. Yeah, that was a
Oh
shame.
yeah. Also, didn't get to sleep, and then I was afraid I was gonna get buoyed. Like it took a while for the Kraken to fall asleep. I think it was the sleep bomb that did it. Also, that's for me now, on my end.
I got the sleep bomb too.
To see. Jenna's waiting for us. Time.
All right.
3:58:16. Sub 4.
With how much shenanigans happened,
For real, yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Well done.
That's a good time.
Oh my gosh, the attack, or like the caught by surprise as well.
All right. There it is.
Unbelievable. Like right at the top of the lighthouse.
What was that encounter? Was it a quad?
It was, I believe, Earth Lizard Double Chimera?
Yeah.
It was a chunky encounter, that's all I know.
Amazing. Well, I think we're running a little bit over time here than what we had carved out for us for our PG limit break, so I'm going to close it up, guys. I want to thank, first of all, Blueser and Valyssa for running, and Bowie for commentating alongside myself. This couldn't have happened without you guys, and thank you to the entire Golden Sun community.